don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Gon' play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Might need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what say that. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did, and they twist and they once till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Please don't let me in my zone.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me in my zone. Please don't let me in.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle.
till they come up. It's the first page, but I shift the road up just like an earthquake. Still follow my dreams, even in the worst way. Still doing my thing, no break in my birthday. Take a long way home, had to lean on myself. Let's try to swallow me whole. Jump so high, it's not about a cushion in a max, but all about power through the struggle and the test. 38 in my lung, I can't even breathe. Praying to the sky, even almost getting sick. I am who I am, even talking from the street. If you want some beef, let me turn me to the beast. Before getting caught up, I need to get caught out. Stuck in the cage, trying to find my way to broke out. Got a whole lot of proof now, I just need a boat out. One man on my shelf, so my tickets will be sold out. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. Ready for the ride, ready for the fight. I said I move too quick, don't last till the highlight. No time, I got no time. Road to the hilltop, always so rocky, so tight. Gamble with my life, hard to being on my own. Trying to stay in line, so I leave it on my phone. You can find one of kind person like me. Living in the moment, had to set my mind free. Cause over fear, any time's near. I'm to the tears, finally don't shed tears. Betting on me is the right risk, then no. Always pulling down the ramp before the rainbow. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Can't tell me nothing, don't know why. I'm around for the long ride. Look up, kiss the sky, waste no time. I'll be fighting all my life.
Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. was hit hard. Here, Liv. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn. What's going on? What the? Impossible. Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server? QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Yes. I find that one on the reach.
They're all looking at the same angle. Oh my god, Souffle on the prone for the kill. Markin on the site itself, looking for the blind. The ping's coming out, they know where he is. They're just trying to bait it, but no! Souffle doesn't play the clock at the advantage and just gets too eager. My god, Damon's gladiators. Whether it's them, goes down, never mind, Hoven. He's found two. What more can he get?
Well, gets the better of Zist. All of a sudden, it's all down to Peter to do any sort of work. C4 is out. That could deny, it does deny he needs to stay alive. 6 more seconds. 5, 4, 3. Surely this is where he stays alive. 2, he does. And he nails a snap as well. He's just. Will be basically the end of him. Frag Grenades does not confirm, but on the play, on the double actually coming around. Nearly a triple for the triple. It is in fact a triple. This is so far looking rather dire situation. I say that though, Gaming Gladiators, they are doing a solid job keeping themselves alive. This time not really pushing the envelope here. It's them pushing the basing. Hajime does get the better of Labyrinth here and taken back into the swing of things. Fury are actually pulling a big comeback here. Hajime is well triple for himself. He's going for a quad. They know exactly where that last player is. But it's been already just about enough time for him to be that elusive player. The short still perfectly lining up. Power it. Yeah. What can you do when you're playing against the masterminds of SEA?
if I'm starting to lose face. Keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Coming back in for another wonderful playdate here in the Operations League Autumn Cup Proto, and coming off the back of a couple of hot playdays where we got to see the reign of terror come to an end from Fury.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not at the top of the leaderboard anymore. They've been pushed down to, I believe, third best, second best, at least something along the lines of that. It's not first, so it's not the top anymore. But, I mean, they do still have a few chances left to take that top spot back, Blue Panda.
Yeah, it's been an interesting couple of days. Fury, for the longest time, been top of the leaderboard, not just here in Ops League, but in APAC South as well. They've unfortunately had the throne wrenched away from them, so now it is seemingly a bit of a battle to try and remain in the conversation, I suppose, so to speak, especially APAC South. You want one of those two top spots going into the end. And, I mean, look, they've been knocked down into third behind both Gaiman and Direwolves. Here in the Ops League, it's not too far similar. They're down in second, so it could be worse. Obviously, having had such a good season, they're well clear of Elevate, but what's the point if you're not taking it out first?
Yeah, I mean, Fury, they've been working really hard for it as well. I know we talk about it a lot, pretty much on every broadcast. It is, I think, a talking point for most of the casters is with the introduction of I9 to the roster, Fury have had an absolutely insane split, as we mentioned, both here and in APAC South. They've been doing really, really well across both of those fronts. Unfortunately, yesterday was the day that all came to an end. They're not the top dogs anymore. You know, they've been put down a peg. Sort of back to where they were before they picked up I9, sort of around that third, fourth place, which I think is somewhat humbling for them. We saw it yesterday, and it was in such a fashion. I mean, Fury versus GG, the last game of yesterday, myself and Imphian covering it, it was a 7-1 to GG, with 5-1 going in GG's favour at the half. I mean, Fury were literally not there. They were playing a different game. They were all on their phones. And GG were just stomping them. They were one-tapping, they were running around with shields. I mean, they were memeing, essentially, and Fury got stomped. So I don't know if it was just an off day for Fury, but it has definitely hurt them standings-wise.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you've got a couple left in Apex South. I mean, look, I say couple, it is literally two, so you yourself in that conversation, there is, what, 3 teams vying for that second spot going into the major, Gaiman on 8, and then you've got, actually, technically, if you want to be right in there, you've got Fury, Wildcard, Elevate, and Knights all in a position to take away that second place spot. So you'd have to hope that, you know, coming into tonight, coming into the rest of both Operation League and Apex South, Fury are bringing their absolute A game. But going into tonight, of course, VarianX taking on Direwolves, and that one's going to be an interesting match given. I mean, look, VarianX, not an absolutely dominant force of the competition, but has been involved in a number of with some very, very good teams. Match 2 is Straight versus Obsession. Match 3 could be another big one. Fury taking on Elevate, of course. And with how things are going at the moment, Elevate prime position to strike at the second place team now in the competition. And then, of course, Game and Gladiators and Champion rounding out the evening pro. I mean, any of those really catching your eye at the moment?
Yeah, match 3, definitely probably going to be the highlight for the evening. We talked, myself and Imphian, a lot yesterday about seeding who's going to make what. Now, Fury are pretty much confirmed, locked in for playoffs here, no matter how the next sort of 3-4 play days go for them. However, the question now remains, will it be Elevate or Champion that make that top 4 spot? Obviously, down there towards the bottom end of things, there are still points being thrown around. I believe Gaiman and Elevate are only a point apart. Champion are very close in the mix as well. So it is going to come down to points at the end of the day, but that's game 3. We still have game 1 to watch.
Yeah, first match of the day. VarianX, newcomers to the competition. They were able to push through where Northern Forces were unable to season in the Summers Cup. But look, they've put up some numbers, and they haven't been slouches in the competition. I mean, in fact, they've taken some very, very big rounds against our Apex South teams here in the Autumn Cup. So it really definitely only feels like a matter of time before they do like that finishing blow.
Yeah, Variants, I mean, overall have had very good showings. Unfortunately, yesterday was not one of those showings. It was a 7-2 loss to Elevate. However, going on to the defensive side of things, it took them, they won 2 rounds on that defense side before Elevate actually really found their footing. So I believe this team, as you said, does have a little way to go, but then they can be a force to be reckoned with. I mean, they made it this far, Panda. They have, as we've said, taken rounds off those big, heavy-hitting teams, all from APAC South. So not surprising that they've made it thus far. They're not on the bottom of the leaderboard, though. So that is good for them. That's something to walk away with at the end of the day, but still a lot to prove.
And their opponents, of course, coming in, you'd have to imagine the favourites. I think you'd be if you said anything otherwise. Direwolves at the moment still struggling a little bit, still floundering after, the post-major debuff, which is this big talking point that we've had since, obviously, Berlin. I mean, just in 2022 in its entirety, in fact, where it have had major appearances, had quite a significant falling off. I mean, the most one, of course, that you have to keep in mind, the Chiefs went to the Charlotte Major, now no longer a team.
Yeah, the Chiefs, I'm not too sure what happened there. It was a little bit of a crash and burn scenario. Major appearance wasn't too great, but Direwolves, I mean, they did pretty well. They did all right at their major appearance, and then after that, I'm not too sure. It's been a bit 50-50 here and there. They had a pretty dominant win yesterday, a 7-1 over Obsession on Oregon. So coming into tonight, obviously off the back of that win, they're going to be pretty happy. Theoretically, I mean, speaking from stats and what we've seen elsewhere, these guys are currently sitting in first. So this should be a comfortable game for them. There shouldn't really be any issue. I believe Variance is 6th or 7th along the lines of that. So theoretically, Direwolves should win this without a question. It will just be how many rounds can Variance take away from them before the game does go in favour of the Direwolves.
Obviously, that big talking point addition to the roster, Reaps, and almost sporting the 2.0 KD. And you look at the numbers, 70, 78 kills, 77, 97, all sort of with it. And then 134 kills, 77 deaths for Reeves. The newest addition to this roster has only been playing in Stage 3 with these guys and is, I mean, look, let's be honest, standout players that you could quite comfortably see taking on international teams at the moment. They're primed and ready to go. Could you imagine the amount of damage this guy would do at his international debut?
Yeah, especially in the LAN. I mean, Reaps would absolutely stomp. We saw it yesterday on Oregon. It was just multi-kill after multi-kill in those games. But Oregon isn't where we're going to be going to today, Panda, is it?
No, not at all. We get to cool things down. I mean, you look at the bans, and from the most part, we see Oregon Villa, 2 of the most commonly picked maps in the pool at the moment. Honestly, I do rate that. That is an incredibly smart decision. Whereas you look, Bank and Skyscraper banned out by Dire was understandable as well. I think both teams have very, very, very clean. Unfortunately for Varinex, you're still going up against the Direwolves, so it was always going to be a bit of an uphill battle. So coming into this matchup, hopefully they're bringing something a little bit different, looking to embrace the spice that can be Chalet, and they could potentially, I mean, I'm not saying they're going to walk away with an outright stomping, but I could see them quite comfortably pushing overtime.
It came down to Skyscraper and Chalet, and Direwolves chose to go to Chalet, which I do rate over the Skyscraper pick for Variance's sake. Now, I'm not too sure if that's Direwolves saving strats maybe for playoffs, but even still, we could have seen Skyscraper. Would have been cool to see Skyscraper, but I do have to say, Cthulhu, I'm coming for the crown, mate. I'm close behind you.
I don't know, you say that, but 5% in the grand scheme of the competition is quite a significant gap. But speaking of gaps, skill gaps at that, Infian and Land really struggling at the moment. But Infian going for a bit of a gamble in our final match of the evening in trying to escape that tied position at bottom of the leaderboard with Land. I'm a keep it 100%. I don't think it's going to pay off.
No, I don't think it's going to pay off at all, especially after gaming 7-1 Fury yesterday. Look, Infian, it's going to go one of two ways. You're going to win this. You're going to take over the spot from Land, and Land will be the most, bottom-most of the leaderboard. Or Infian will win, and he will be the new king at the bottom of the leaderboard. So I mean, look, it's a 50-50. Both kind of sound like a win to me, but I don't think Champion walk away with this unless someone has given them some absolutely insane aim training overnight, because Gaming were on fire yesterday, and I don't think that's been extinguished since.
Yeah, I mean, of the non-Apex South teams, Champion, the one that could do the damage, unfortunately, have yet to really find that opening for themselves. You guys at home can find your opening in Twitch chat. Make sure, using your hashtag, call your shots, get yourselves a chance at some R6 credits, and one of those lovely Operations League pins as well. We'll be giving those away after each of our matches, of course. But look, as we get closer and closer to our first matchup, Protavarian versus Direwolves. I mean, look, you're well above your weight. You get 6th place, Varian X. Yeah, you've got 2 wins under the belt. Those wins so far have been against Obsession. It's been the 2 teams that are below you on the leaderboard. You're now swinging at the Kings in Operations League. That's a pretty tall task.
Very tall task, and one that, if I'm being completely honest, I don't think is going to go in their favour. They might get a couple of rounds here and there. You know, I think the max that this goes to, if we're going to be generous, is a 7-3. Maybe a 7-4 if something goes very wrong for the Direwolves. But again, dominant showing from them yesterday. Very similar to what we saw from Gaiman. I wouldn't expect it. And that was against Obsession as well. So Variant's a team that has beaten Obsession. Keep in mind, that went to, what, 7-5, you know,
I have to question, who the heck has done Jackie Woo's interior design? Because that photo behind him, whatever it is, I want it. That's kind of cool.
It is kind of cool, the astronaut and the sunflowers. I do rate that. But, yeah, look, no more than a 7-2 if I had to put my money on it, Panda. My money where my mouth is. I don't think Variants find more than 2 rounds in this game.
Well, we'll have to see. I think if they do, it'll likely be off the back of a Direwolves blunder more than anything. The band phase already. Chalet and a Flores band, name more iconic duo. I don't think you could, given that power of that top player told for the defense. Varian X want to be able to make the most of their defense here on Chalet.
Yeah, and the remaining bands, obviously there's 3 more to go. Direwolves to kick it off. Jackal will be the one taken out. So Thatcher does make his way onto Chalet, which, I mean, doesn't really open the door for too much, given the new Impact EMPs are on operators that would more likely be bought in these situations. I mean, we've got Dokkaebi, we saw her played. We actually saw her banned yesterday as well. So teams are starting to realise how broken these Impact EMPs are paired with certain operators. Azami will be taken off the board by Direwolves. That's no real surprise. And if Variants are going to play it safe, it'll probably be the Valkyrie, maybe the Mirror if they're scared. But other than that, I don't think we see anything out of the ordinary. Everything else makes sense on this map, especially that Azami, especially that Flores, and Valkyrie would probably be the safe way to round it out. And if I had to say if it would be anything else, it'd have to be the Mirror. But there you go, it's the Valk. So I'm 4 for 4.
I mean, at the moment, it's just Valkyrie, the problem child, I suppose, in terms of the what was the trifecta, Cade, Mirror, and Valkyrie in the defense. Mirror is, easily dealt with. Cade, easily dealt with. Valkyrie, you have to invest that little bit more. You have to be a little bit more attentive to be able to clear the black eye cameras out. So it makes sense. What she offers is far stronger than what the other 2 do.
Yeah, 100%. Valkyrie just brings so much more to a defensive setup. I mean, you can hide them so much. We're dawdling on about it. It doesn't really matter. Valkyrie's not in play. So whatever she brings, she's not bringing it to this game, which is fair and done. No real surprise that she was banned out. By Variants, nonetheless, they're on the defense, but they don't want to deal with it from that Tier 1 APAC South level team. I mean, Direwolves would have some insane Valkyrie setups, I could only imagine. But other than that, Variants, they're playing it safe. Round number 1, straight up to the office here on Chalet. They don't want to try anything new. They sort of want to just feel it out. This is the safe bet. I mean, Kitchen we do sometimes see as the main site, Panda, but other than that, those are really the only 2. Oh, I guess, and Bar. But predominantly, this is your starting site. Variants are just keeping it basic for now.
Yeah, I mean, both teams find it basic. It feels kind of odd. Oh, okay, Killers getting a bit too keen off the rip. But I mean, how you beginning of the year, seeing an Ashe in a lineup, seeing a Nook in a lineup, seeing DMR Lion would have been, insane. But now, with the changes that have been made, we are starting to see older picks come back into what is meta.
Yeah, Ashe has definitely become a whole lot more relevant after her changes. I mean, yes, she lost one of the breaching rounds. Yes, she changed off the R4C, saw work here and there. But now that she's sort of back in and brings a little bit more in terms of her lineup to, an attacking side, it's no surprise that we're seeing, those typical fragging players jumping back on the Ashe. I mean, the Ana as well after her nerfs and sort of changes. But even the DMRs, I mean, they got rid of all the recoil. They put up to the damage as well. And with that, Souffle, he finds the first. Pecan on the Ashe that we were talking about gets the second. So,
okay. Souffle with the nade from below takes a third away. Absolutely. I say shambles. This is what we expected. We expected Wolves to be bringing their full force to bear in this match. Varian X currently in 6 at the moment. Jump out into the drone. You got to respect at least the attempt there from Killers. But at the moment, they are battling the top team in the league, and Direwolves are hungry to lock themselves into that first spot.
Overall, I mean, it's a 2 versus 4. Direwolves do lose 1, so Killers takes down Souffle. But at this point, I mean, there's a minute and 10 seconds left to work with. It's plenty of time for the Direwolves. They have lots of utility left to play with as well. But, ED, don't know how that run out came to be, but unfortunately for him, he's not going to be on the good end of that engagement as he finds Peter pushing his boomstick into a very close proximity. Killers finds another. So very quickly, oh my god, Variance, they've taken it down to a 2v1 Panda. It's Pecan left on his lonesome.
And Hubris. He's quite a powerful force in the universe, and the power of that shotgun in a game where, the right shot in the right place can be all the difference. In a game where headshots as well can be so decisive, this one could be over before he can't even get a chance to react right now. Toxic Canis is going out, and he's just pre-firing everything, knowing full well that his opponents are likely going to be low, but utility's now gone for Variant X. They're going to have to force the issue, and Killer, he just does it. He can't. And the rest of Direwolves drop the ball.
I don't know what Direwolves did there. There was plenty of time. You had drones, you had, utility, flashbangs, grenades, Ashe charges, everything that you needed to get in. And you dropped the bag. You fumbled it. There was... Yeah, that's not good. There's not really much to say other than that was a sloppy from the Direwolves. There was mispositioning, misplacement. I mean, how ED was killed on that run out without any supporting factor, or there was no one else there on the main balcony with him at all. And I mean, they were only down 1 player, playing 2s. The wall was open, but to half a degree, and Direwolves, other than that, only had that main sort of, lobby control. Variants just laid in wait and cleaned up. I mean, it was literally the Killers and Peter show. That was it. 2 people from Variants did clean up on pretty much all 5 of the Direwolves. So, not too sure how they let that slip, but hopefully they've learned their lesson and will not make that mistake again.
Well, we'll have to see. Bringing the... Yeah, that was a round that, by all right, should have been Direwolves 1. They take 3 kills immediately, and then they lose the 5 versus. You're looking at the team who's currently top of the league, and they just lost versus 2. That's bizarre.
Yeah, I know we sort of ragged on Fury a lot at the start of the game, but at the start of the broadcast rather, but still, Direwolves, you're filling in that top spot. You're losing a 2 versus 4 to the 6th place team in the league. This is their first appearance in Operations League, by the way. Variants actually putting in big work. We mentioned that they have taken big rounds away from big teams, and that is one of them. Notably, that is one of them. A 2 versus 4 against a team like Direwolves, Elevate, Fury, GG even. That's a pretty solid effort. And from only 2 people as well, 5 kills across the board. That's insane. But Direwolves are definitely looking to rectify that issue with a little bit of aggression from themselves.
Play pushing into game. Spots Killers. Gets a bit of revenge kill And Peter and Killers once again being a problem, Melee. Taking down Reaps and Proto. You said 2 rounds might be the best bet for Varianex. They are Chalet so far off the back of that comeback. Killers up, Malik trying to double. They are roustabouting this Direwolves roster who have been locked out 2 rounds in a row now.
Yeah, well, all that money that I put on, Direwolves not letting more than 2 rounds go is lost, I think, if I'm being honest. Which, excuse me, I mean, that's crazy. Variants have come into this matchup tonight off the back of some insane either VOD work or something. Whatever they put in their cereal this morning is just absolutely sending them because, Direwolves, they're 2-0 down on an attacker-sided map. Keep that in mind. This is Chalet and Direwolves are attacking first. Variants, I do have to say, I think they're a little bit of a defender-sided team, Panda. We saw it yesterday. They won 2 rounds against Elevate on defense on Cafe. We're sort of seeing it here. 2 rounds on defense so far, but it's defense. They did nothing on attack. We're yet to see, obviously, the difference here on Chalet. That could be where the difference is made if they win some attacking rounds tonight on Chalet. But at the moment, I had to put my money on something. But again, we already know I've lost all that. Variants, they could be a defender-sided team. They definitely enjoy it a little bit more than attack, I think. And so far, they're proving that.
I mean, that tends to be the case for most teams sort of outside of Tier 1 competition.
Yeah.
It's more inclined. Once you hit Tier 1, you've obviously got to learn how to attack if you want a chance. Teams that can attack are usually the ones top of Tier 2 and make those runs into Tier 1. But look, 2 rounds, it's a start. Unfortunately, that's all it is. Any great indicator of how the rest of the map will go. But it's positive signs for Varianex, and that's exactly what they want to be riding.
Indeed it is. I mean, they want to try and continue the momentum as long as they can. Now, Direwolves a lot more hesitant than they were in that last round. They've spent the first minute almost here droning things out, getting these calls coming in, forcing Variants back into positions when they can start to take into the building and start building up a perimeter of their own. And Variants, they're playing smart. They're not pushing into it and wasting their time. So you do have to give them that.
MP comes out, and ED will be looking to open that wall into the office off the back of that Thatcher strike. The first of all, Jackie with the Dockerbeat is going to connect with his head for the wall into the kitchen, or dining room rather now. But Peter, look at that spot. That is audacious. He's going to be droned out. No bit of trouble, but he's got the shield. He's got the positioning. Just from the end for Varianex.
Yeah, plenty of time to work with as well. I mean, half the round essentially here for Direwolves. Keep in mind, this has all been achieved in 30 seconds, Panda. So they went from having nothing to both walls opened up, pressure upstairs and onto the site. So, again, highlights why Direwolves are one of those top teams. They've already found a kill as well. Malik now on half HP and taken out, actually, by ED, this time not caught on drones. So I guess Variants are letting the ball slip a little bit here, and Direwolves have made the change for good.
Was that fortunate run-out attempt there from Malik? He went to go contest from the office door as the flashbang was coming out. He ended up and wasn't able to do much of anything, and that's a cheeky little angle from spots the player on the hatch, but can't find the angle for the kill. Goes to free fire through that trophy window. Knows that he is well and truly about to be aggressed on. Has the nitro in hand. Can he thread the needle though? He tosses it up. Has he got the spot? Yes, he does. But unfortunately, this is the sacrifice. Sends it back. Find ourselves in that 2 position. Peter's done it again. These souffles tucked himself into the corner. He's got a great spot here. Get the shotgun out. Get the toxic canisters as well. Look at the crossfire. This is huge. Pete Khan.
Wait.
No info about Pete Khan. And what do you but push into your dead Reaps as well. Look, it doesn't know. Shotgun in the corner. Pre-fires onto Peter's head. Needs to find killers as well. 6 seconds left. Tucked behind the bomb chassis. 5. Can he do it? No. Swims to the right, and Direwolves scrape through. That is not a round you can feel good about.
Other than everything else that happened there, Reaps obviously just, clutching it out, doing his thing, point and click adventure game. The person walking through the breach with diffuser, keep in mind, not only did he not have a supporting factor, yes, obviously manpower is a bit difficult when everyone's dead, but doesn't even check hard right, doesn't check anything, assumes it's clear, walks in, shot in the back by, someone standing essentially just in the middle of the site, in the middle of the open. And I mean, I don't know how Killers got away with that, but for Variance, that was almost a saving grace. He almost won that round for them. Unfortunately, it didn't, turn out to be that way. But I mean, my God, they are so close, so many rounds. Blue Panda, this is an insane effort from Variance. 3 rounds into this game. I mean, imagine if this was a best-of-3 series. I genuinely think now, after seeing these first few rounds, that they might be able to take at least a map away from the Direwolves here if they're given enough time. But even still, they've done well so far.
That was insane.
Look, I think Varinex dropped the bag there. They were in a position to win it out. Unfortunately, was aiming too far to the right and committed to the spray. Minor adjustment. I mean, had a mouse pad, whatever the case may be. And unfortunately, Peter couldn't get his shotgun off, and so that was a fine that was able to give Direwolves that opportunity to take the round for themselves. That was basically as close to a 50-50 as you.
Yeah, it was a coin toss. That round was genuinely a coin toss. I mean, if time was less of a factor, I would probably chalk it up to Direwolves most days. But in saying that, I keep putting my money on the Direwolves and I keep getting proved completely wrong here. They're currently down. So, I mean, Variants have been doing well so far. Now, they do have information at this player top here, and this is why Vert nades are absolutely insane. I don't know if that one will actually connect, though, given that he is a little bit too deep. But what will connect is Malik for a headshot onto Pecan.
Where was that shot? Okay, the nade.
Blue stairs.
Nade damage didn't quite register through the floor, whatever the case may be. Strike is going to drop down.
Oh my days!
Somehow hits that. Just tears Souffle's head off. You've lost your nades with the nades left. This is just insane. This is not at all what we expected coming into the play next. They are in tongs at this.
The shots that are being hit as well, and I mean, geez, that's like the second, third absolutely insane flick that we've seen in 4 rounds. I mean, there's still so many rounds left to play here. Now, ED on camera outside of the main breach. We've seen it before. It hasn't unfortunately paid off for him in the past, but he does have cover this time from Reaps. Now, will they be able to find a kill here? If they can find something to open it up, it's game on. But right now, Variants, they're playing it perfectly. They're not overextending. They're just waiting for something to happen.
Flash nade from Jackie. He's just trying to let the difference, a bit of noise, and get himself an avenue in. Reaps there as well. But at this stage, they may have overcommitted to this position. They're going to have to hit every single shot. ED leading the charge for some reason. Spots the player behind the shield. Reaps, all he can do is trade back. There's the Banshee out, and it costs him his life jumps. And what can you? Nothing. Absolutely not against Zest in his 11. Pulls off the reload, steps back out, finds the kill on Jackie, jumping through. It's an absolute blast. You can see the face very next. They're absolutely stoked right now.
Direwolves? What's going on? I mean, Panda, you said major debuff for the trip back home from Berlin, but something has been lost in translation here. Variants are 3 rounds to Direwolves 1. I expected this be the other way around. This is not what I thought we were going to be watching here for game number 1. I mean, we were talking about this pre-show, Direwolves, yep, okay, going into the second game, and that was all we spoke of it. But right now, Variants have completely changed the scorecard. I mean, this has potential to put all of us down some percentage in the caster reacts, because none of us picked Variants to win this. And at this point, they genuinely could.
Boy, predictions in the bin, it would seem. But I'm
not even baffled. This is just this seemingly out of nowhere. You got to love it. You got to have nothing but respect for it. But this is huge.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. I mean, for Variance to come in and do something like this, provided they win, obviously, Dai will still have plenty of time to turn it around and take it for themselves still. But, you know, in saying that, it's an attacker-sided map. We've got this round and the next round, and that's the half done. Dai will then go on to the defense. And that is where Variance will possibly be able to make that play, given that, you know, attacker-sided map, played attacker-sidedly. But if Dai Wolves lock it down on the defense, a bit different. Provided the best they can hope for is a 3-3, so that's not going to be great footing going into that second half.
Okay. So ED trying to play the slanted window over towards mezzanine, but most teams nowadays have figured that out, and they rarely for it. Or spots a player light range of the stairs. Killers somehow alive in this situation. Does not go down. Retucks and will be allowed to play the rest around it, even at big deficit.
I mean, they got a 2 versus 4 on 1 HP each. Oh my, Reaps! Okay. This taken out. Reaps isn't going to miss those shots. And Variance, I mean, essentially a 3 versus 5. Killers on a blinking amount of health here, but Direwolves are starting to collapse onto this top floor, which means that Variance are either going to have to fall off or get traded out like that. Reaps has turned the burners on, and he's just going to start clicking heads. There you go. Oh, sorry, no, that's Pecan. Okay, I thought he was good for more, but...
Okay, Pecan is, of course, good for more. All of a sudden, okay. All right. Souffle is a flawless round. Round for the Direwolves starting with 3-2. It may not have looked like he was on our screen, but he was definitely there for Souffle to close it out. Fine from Direwolves. I don't know if they're just upset or what's going on. They're about to bring this one back.
I mean, look, 3-3 would be great. Going over onto the defense, you know, we talked about comfort. Defense is definitely somewhere where Direwolves are also quite comfortable in pretty much most positions. Regardless of that fact, I mean, Variance, a 4-2 half would be great here. You know, it cements a good position for them going into the second. They've worked so hard to achieve it at the moment. But Direwolves, they're one of those teams that are notorious. You know, you let them build up that momentum. And then it gets a little bit more difficult when they do actually start to shoot back. And Reaps and Pecan started doing exactly that. Just face checking, you know, face value, take the fights as they come, you know, mechanics checking, basically. They know they can do it. And why blame them, you know, if they are confident in that position, just let them go for it. They did exactly that. Reaps finds 2, Pecan as well. Souffle for the final. It's a flawless from Direwolves. That's enough said.
Yeah, indeed. Right now, Direwolves, having hit those arms, are in a great spot to take the tie half, then go into their defense and potentially do some damage. And it's talked about an attacker-sided map currently. Is that an extra push further the second half? They can't pick up this round.
As something to rely on, look, probably not. Given that, as I sort of very briefly touched on, they seem like a extremely defensive-minded team. Their attacks are quite lethargic, I guess we could say, in a sense that is sort of understandable. But even still, the amount of aggression they've shown on the defense from just this half alone, if they can employ that on their attacking side and sort of make it similar to that, I mean, they could have a great chance here against the Direwolves. But this EMP nade combo is going to be huge if it lands.
Strike and try, he's tucked himself in though. They knew where he was anyway. But the ping's coming out. They nade play potentially. No, it doesn't look like it, but Strike oversteps his mark, loses more than half his health, and with no Thunderbird and play.
Oh, what? Okay.
Strike the vengeance.
Oh. I was going to say, no way he gets Jackie there as well, but... sorry, no shot. He gets ED there as well, but he's taken out, so... I guess Direwolves, they lose a line for a Jaeger. That's not a great trade.
100%. You take that if you're Varian X. Strike. He's had a couple of moments throughout the matchup so far. But he's looking to bounce back in a pretty significant way with a kill like that. That could be the opening. Look at that. Reach allowed to get in, clear up hill. This could be, unfortunately, just a last puff of wind. Zest falls on the Killers and Malik to try and clutch up, and they've already lost some key positions.
Key players as well. Peter on the clutches a few rounds before that. Strike as well, upstairs, was doing a lot of the work, but Killers and Malik now, the only two that remain in a 2 versus 4. Reaps on a heater right now, is looking to further make those kills, extend that lead. Do you hear smoke utility coming out? ED is going to be getting the bomb down. However, Malik can't quite hit the head, unfortunately. He's also going to take a lot of damage, but I don't know how Killers didn't even get that kill there. Reeves drops down. He is going to find one, but he should not be alive. He should not be alive at all. Variance definitely, I think, had a very good burst of energy at the start of this game, but Direwolves have found their footing. They've righted their wrongs, and they are now coming back into this matchup with vengeance in their eyes. They are looking for 4 more rounds, and they are taking them with absolute force. I mean, that was not as dominant as the round previous, but still, Blue Panda, I mean, there was no real question. That was a Direwolves round.
Yeah, Varian X.
Straight from the bottle?
Straight from the bottle, probably. I think you need it at this point. But
yeah, you would if it was Dire, yeah.
Feels like maybe just running out of a bit of steam here, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Look, say it was Obsession, it could definitely be a little closer, a little bit more one-sided than this. Or a team, very, a Strape even maybe. Keep in mind, a Strape actually beat Variance. So in saying that, I don't know if that's true either. But the way that this is panning out, Direwolves have put the burners on. Now, Variance do look a little bit drained. They have slowed down a little bit, but if they can pick themselves back up, take that reset. Something that I want to highlight as well that we didn't see yesterday, teams not using their tack timeouts. This would be a great time for Variance to use that utility. It is utility and invaluable at the end of the day for them to be using it, and they just aren't. So maybe take a tack timeout, take that reset, put yourself back in the driving seat of the game.
I mean, we do see a lot of South Asian teams not necessarily neglect, but not capitalize on, I suppose. Maybe they see it as a sign of weakness or whatever the case may be, but far less willing to lean into it than other regions.
Doesn't make much sense, but regardless of that, a minute has been spent. Variance, this is their first attacking round, and we talked about hesitance. Panda, I'm already starting to see it. They have not really gained control of much. They've chucked a couple drones in. They've seen a couple players on the Yana clone, and that's it. That's all they've done in this round. Reaps takes a little bit of damage, but that is the first contribution of the round that Variance have had in terms of what they've done to the Direwolf so far.
You take what you can, Zest by Souffle, and dropped hard at that. He comes back, 2 for Varian X, and Reaps might have to hold as fast as possible. Killers does go down, but not out. Impact to finish from Reaps. And again, things looking a bit bleak. Reaps, I mean, he's been a stand-up player of this team for very good reason. He's showing it again. The carrot toss to close the round.
He's hungry. He's just coming. He doesn't miss. He's sharper than ever, and he is feeling it. And you can't blame him. I mean, those first 3 rounds, he must have been waiting for his wireless mouse to charge up, because it's definitely plugged in now, and he's definitely playing the game. I mean, yeah, that round from Variance was just, it was hesitation. It was hesitation. That's all it was. The player on slope window, you shouldn't lose that gunfight. But let alone, they did. Everyone else just started falling. I mean, Souffle kicked it off, and it was pretty much just a cascade from there. Reaps is already on 10 kills, Panda, at the end of the half. And
the man's he's got a mission. 2 points by the end of the season.
He has to get it up
20 odd kills away from it anyway.
Yeah. I think if my math serves me, he was like 20-something kills, 23, 24 off making
Well, he was
double.
104 for 77. So he 20 kills.
Yeah. So make that 23 now with 3 deaths. You know, he needs 13 more, theoretically, with no deaths, which is an achievable feat if the Direwolves choose to just sort of feed him. I mean, what? That's 2 aces and a 3k. You know, come on, that's easy. He just have to leash drone on a Blackbeard. But, look, it's doable, and he probably will achieve it at the end of the season if we're being realistic. But Variance right now, yeah, they've definitely lost their steam, Panda.
Unfortunate. It's a bit rough to see here, but maybe, just maybe, they can do a bit more damage. The fuse coming into play for Fike. You know, I think it's a bit of an ironic tragedy that we're seeing a player taken here at the moment, but it very much could be worse right now. You make do with what you've got available. I mean, the AK-12, the fuse charges. I mean, I think Jack will probably a little bit more detriment they would have liked to admit. But yeah, look, Killer's in trouble. Yeah, they found their stride. They found their momentum, and they're looking to aggress where possible.
Yeah, indeed they are. Reaps, I mean, he's just furthering these kills. Jackie has taken the position that Killers found himself in. Funnily enough, Killers was the first to go down. But they're just struggling. Was that the Candela? I think that was a Candela that just bounced down the hatch. Now, if Jackie's smart, he disappears here. Reaps is on for another in the round. Unfortunately, Jackie was not smart and did not disappear, but Souffle jumps in and helps him for the trade. Malik is taken out, and very quickly, pretty much everyone from Variance is down on the floor, even Souffle, as he's now taken out. But the trades have come and gone. Variance, unfortunately, not in the lead. They are down 1 player.
Now,
Make it 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, rotating through Direwolves. Mop up. Nice, clean to close it out. They know just how close they are to victory in the situation. They're not going to let this one slip away at all.
I did say no more than 3 rounds, Panda. We're currently still on 3. So my money is still safe in my pocket at this point in time. Touch wood, okay? For anyone at home wondering, I am indeed. I've got my hand on some very real wood. Proverbial. My desk. So hopefully my money stays with me. But, I mean, yeah. Direwolves have just turned it up a whole level. I mean, this is 11, Panda, if the scale was from 1 to 10. Variants are struggling. You know, defender-minded team, that round was hesitation once more. I mean, we saw the jump in there. It was a half commit. It was a 1-by-1, and Direwolves were there to collect. Reaps found 2 off-screen. I don't even know where they were, but they were obviously by themselves. Because if Reaps is allowed to take 1s, 9 times out of 10, he's going to win them. I mean, he's already looking down the barrel of almost a 4KD in this matchup. Oh, sorry, he is on a 4KD. But like,
yeah, he's got the plus 10 going on.
Yeah, plus 10 on entry deficit. I mean, come on, Variance, you got to start shutting him down. Not even just him, the rest of the team. I mean, you've got to just start doing something.
I think his Twitch chat would put it in PC right now.
Check
Maybe
PC.
not. Certainly something is off. But look, Reaps is just week after week, play day after play day. What league he's playing is continuously prove why he's such a valuable addition to this team. Why they picked him up and why he is now, you know, is his coach analyst role that he's fulfilling for this. Because in the face of someone like Reaps, it just makes sense.
He's very scary. He is a very scary player. No real surprise that he's been doing as well as he has. Even still, though, you know, it happens. You have good days, you have bad days. Reaps doesn't usually have bad days, which is not really surprising. But, I mean, Zist, unfortunately, goes down. Variants just keep losing these opening kills, Panda. Make that almost 2 now.
Yeah, 175 overall health pool gone. He can't trade it back at the very least, but even the thing is that's your lesion. Not those must-have operators and closing rounds out for a team. So I think this is quite comfortable here, sitting one away from map point. Strike, looking to cover what he can. I mean, for this is technically, Next have an opportunity to bring this one back.
Very possible. It's a position that can be done. 4 versus 4. It's happened before. Jackie Wu, he's looked a little bit better in health, but Zist obviously on that blinking red does make it a little bit more interesting. There's only a minute remaining. Variants don't actually have too much to work with in terms of control whatsoever towards the site. I mean, they're kind of maybe just hoping that someone can jump into West Main here and go for a play, but with ED on the case, on the off angle as well, taking down Peter, it's not looking good for Variants whatsoever.
Standing out in the open, willingly contesting and finding the success that he did is kind of scary, in all honesty, and the fact that they could just sit there, hold one, not too scared. Remaining, so we'll next to make something happen, force the issue. They can't just sit here holding angles. Unfortunately, that's exactly what Strike does. This, as Reach claims yet another victim. They've got the avenue into the side. Doesn't matter. Jackie Wu and Souffle close out the last two. Direwolves, despite being at such a deficit in the match, have caught it back 1 now to a 6-3.
Yeah, look. My money is getting safer and safer. Direwolves, they had enough. Those first few rounds, definitely not how they wanted things to go down. They didn't need a tack timeout. It does highlight the difference between, sort of tier 1, tier 2, where they can make changes on the fly. They don't have to pause it. They don't have to stop. They can literally just go between rounds. Hey guys, let's do this, this, and this, and let Reap shoot everybody. And that is exactly what happens. It falls into place. Reaps is staring down the barrel of almost a 5 KD now heading into the final round. And Variants haven't won a round in, 5 rounds? It's 6 rounds. Direwolves have just absolutely stomped the competition in this second half. And, 3 rounds. What am I saying? But yeah, not good. Variants have not been having fun whatsoever, and it's reflecting in the score. Direwolves have turned the burners on.
More than anything, maybe it was a case of, or at least this is the way it's felt, that Direwolves coming to this matchup, they don't think they need to try that hard because it's Variant X, and then all of a sudden Variant X are putting up some work, and always have to dig into the reserves of what they're truly capable of and show these young upstarts what competing in Seas is all about, because they're vastly different, which it has felt like between the two halves. Resist. What a way to kick off the round here with the kill on taking that MK14 out of hand, and it's exactly what you want to start.
Yeah, not losing the opening pick is a great way to kick it off. Could propel us on to more. But I think what you said is very close to what has probably happened, what has transpired in this map so far. Direwolves maybe not expecting too much. They come into it, then Variants drop some dimes, and Direwolves are like, oh, okay, guys, it's time to actually go strat book now and give it a good go. But, I mean, the best round, the best possible point for conversion that Variants have had in this second half is right now. Opening pick in their hands. Souffle is a big play to find as well. So if they don't convert this, it is going to be big mistakes.
Well, he can't. Sends it outside. Fine for being traded back. Jumps herself in West Main. And if nothing else, a successful trade in the books for the team. Taking 2 very big guns off the board as well, but Reaps that ever-present threat for this Direwolves roster. If they can't find some way to deal with him, it may be too little too late. There you go, 2 quick kills. And Reaps both off the board. Jackie Wu round the corner finds killers. He's going to find 3 more to clutch up the round. Knows at least the positioning of surely. I think they've had that information fed through to him, but he's walking out into first towards that hallway is when the side big shot. For now, this goes down. Only 2 more, and unfortunately, it doesn't matter. Malik steps in, so not going out just yet. Finally, we see Variant check themselves up around in the second half, but they've still got 2 more to make it to overtime.
Well, I've lost all my money, Panda, so I will be starting a GoFundMe. But I'm gonna say it now. I still don't think this goes on more than 5. Direwolves, I mean, look, yeah, okay, variance in that round, good for them. It just makes the round difference a little bit harder to work around when it comes to if it comes to basing who gets top 4 on round wins, which I highly doubt it will points wise. Excuse me, but variance realistically, I mean, any round that they can take, not only is it good experience, but still it's also just an homage to what they can achieve when they're playing their best, provided, you know, they're given the grounds to go about it and do so. So any round here is a statement, really, to what they can bring to the tournament. So give it as much as they've got before it's ended here, and maybe even walk away with a victory if Direwolves make some more mistakes like they did in that round.
Strike back on with the fuse. Bold call, I think, the stage in the matchup, but I mean, Reaps now still back at a +10. I don't think we're going to get the 5-0. I think it's all but impossible right now, unfortunately. Nonetheless, it's still a +10 in this situation. Pecan finds your Nomad off the board immediately, and I don't think it gets much better at that beginning of the end.
Yeah, I mean, if Pecan actually gets aggressive and maybe even jumps out here, or just let alone finds this kill, the player sort of knows that he's thinking about peeking it. I don't actually think he knows that he was actually still there. Could have maybe found that if he decided to jump out. Droned again. I mean, variants are literally just throwing drones at Pecan right now. They're not actually acting on the information. He knows there's one there as well. That's diffuser control now for Direwolves. That pre-fire would have been insane if it had hit. But my God, he's already found 2. He is going to send it. Why not? He's got diffuser. He's already found 2 kills. Impact for the bait. Pre-fire as well. He's going to maybe take down the fuse, but at this point it doesn't really matter. Diffuser's already dropped on the floor. The damage has been dealt, and the Direwolves just need to rotate and hold.
Yeah, they've got that big easily cheating. 100%. Track through the... He's not fair! Doesn't matter. Strike is going to get that kill, but again, it feels like a case of too little too late, especially with Reaps there. Yeah, killer's out. Strike can't do anything. Another massive pre-fire from the Direwolves. Peter at least will walk in and climb. He's been sprayed at. These soft walls could be his death. He's got time, though. That is the one thing that at least Bayonet currently have. He had a good minute to go. If he can find Jackie, this becomes doable. But yeah, they know where he is. They want to close this out. They're going to swing onto his position. At best, he gets some shots off, but Jackie Wu straight to the top of the head. They had enough. Starts, they shot. Don't give him a chance at overtime. They'll retain that top of the leaderboard position going into next week or next play day.
Look, no surprises. Well, the one surprise being that Variants found more than 3 rounds. But Direwolves, you know, they'd had enough. Reaps finds that 3.0 solid KD at the end and locks it in for himself. It's like a 3.2 or something if you do all the maths. But we just talk about the game. We don't do maths. And let alone we don't play it either, because we're definitely not good enough for that, Blue Panda. But look, other than those 4 rounds that Variants did find, and again, that is an attest to the skill that they bring to the tournament. Yeah, Direwolves in 7, you know, no real questions whatsoever other than that. Maybe the first few rounds, as you said, you know, a little bit sloppy from them. Maybe not expecting too much when they really should be playing every game like it's a Tier 1 game. But even still, a victory is a victory.
Yeah, look, I think they weren't expecting to work quite as hard as they did going into that. But look, if nothing else, Direwolves come out and say, look, we can show need to. They may have given us a bit of it towards the middle of the map, but it doesn't matter. We're for a reason. We are one of the best in the region for a reason. And they pull it out. They shut it down. Even that last or second last round there where they did come out and pull it out. I don't even think the real position of being threatened going into overtime at all.
Yeah, no, definitely not worried. I mean, you could see it in the player cams as well. They weren't too bothered, but the only thing that everyone should be worried about in chat right now is the giveaway, Panda.
Yeah, make sure you get in the hashtag in chat. Shots will be rolling 1 credit packs and 1 of the pins as well. I think we might be doing 2 of them, if I remember correctly, for each match. But so far, we're all right on the money with that prediction. Very next, despite having 4 runs against the Direwolves. It was never going to be that, I don't think. And yeah, unfortunately, locked out of claiming first place back till next play day.
Yeah, and well, depending on whether or not Direwolves lose, and depending on whether or not Elevate beat them tonight, which is going to be our next game. Elevate take on Fury. If Elevate can do it, you know, look, hey, they're going to lock them out of that first place position for at least 2 games, which will make the claw back a whole lot harder. But until that as well, obviously, we do have our new leaders of the leaderboard locking themselves in quite nicely for at least tonight to keep their position safe for the rest of the evening.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be that development going into the last couple of play days of the Autumn Cup. How that race plays out. I mean, let's be honest. It was always come down to that last scrap towards the finish in the Operations League. Throughout the year, the competition has stepped up, play day by play day, season by season. But right now, we are going to throw it to a break. It's not actually Fury versus Elevate. That's map 3.
No, that's map 3. Yeah.
We got a bit of filler time before we get to the big match of the night. So when we come back, we'll jump on into match 2. We'll see you there.
Go and play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Mine need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what say that. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did and they twist and they worse till I fall out. But I know that. So I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move. I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess, but I live my best one.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. was hit hard. Here, Liv. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men. Say again, Grim. I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking, get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Coming back in after the break, of course, match one done and dusted with the Dire Wolves. Biting back a little bit of the young upstarts of Variant X Map 2. What's going into it will be a straight versus Obsession Proto. It's a battle of the bottom of the leaderboard. Currently, Obsession themselves in 8th straight with that victory that they were able to pick up not that long ago, have somehow catapulted themselves out of last place for the first time in button summer as well.
Yeah, Strape, they took that victory over Variance 2 days ago, and I think it was a surprise to pretty much everybody that witnessed it. You know, they were not expecting it whatsoever. Strape it's the first game that they have ever won in Ops League. So, I mean, as you said, across summer and autumn. So that was insane for them. So to come into tonight, you know, they lost yesterday. To be fair, they did go up against a pretty stacked team. You know, Champion, they are in top 4 or were at the time. And yeah, look, it was going to be a difficult game regardless. But this is definitely another one that I think they could probably win if they put themselves to it and actually commit to the bit. Because, as you said, Battle of the Bottom, Obsession, they're right next to them at the bottom of the leaderboard. So
yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they pull this one out. Of course, a little bit stacked at the moment in terms of the rest of the leaderboard. So I think for these two teams, playoffs not really an option given how few play days are remaining, of course. But it's, who can avoid with the wooden spoon.
Yeah, look, you finish on the bottom of the leaderboard. Keep in mind, they do have to relegate again, or qualify, I believe, if I'm not wrong. There is qualifications to come back in. So we have to take that into consideration. But for game number 2 of the evening, we're going to see how it pans out.
Yeah, look, Big G looking like a bit of a beast there on the left-hand side of the straight. A rough run. At least, though, they managed to requalify coming into autumn, which is something that, unfortunately, the Northern Forces team could not do. So at least the straight, they have that going. They've been able to keep their spot in the cup. Look, it really is. You take the victories where you can. They've had a couple of moments where it looked like maybe they were going to be able to claim a couple of victories. And I mean, we have a few maps where they've gone up 4-0, but haven't been able to close it out. So this is a team with potential. Unfortunately, they struggle when it comes to that mid to late game. Whereas Obsession, it feels largely the same. The Obsession haven't been too, bad. Going down 7-5 to Fury, and then as well. So it's not like it's an impossibility. It's not like they don't have anything to show for their matches so far. But unfortunately, none of them have gone deep up a victory.
We do have a roster swap here for Straight tonight. They're going to be playing with God coming in. Look, or a name change. I'm not too sure. I might be wrong on both.
No,
of
God
those
is Chinese
aspects.
new. He's
I
coming.
was going to say, new. So, look, could be good. But the rest of the names we know and love: Phenomenal, Oblivion, Pig G, and Keith. Obviously, Keith having a pretty good performance yesterday, albeit, as mentioned already, they did get stomped in their matchup against the Straight. It was a 7-3 overall, though, so it's doable.
And it's Obsession, J Lucky, Rodini with that T1 experience, Milamo. Came on, believe in sub at point in history over the last, 2 years or so with this new Southeast Asian roster. So it got players with experience. Unfortunately, that experience hasn't always panned out. Milamo, addition to this team, stepping in to replace Juice of Boom at the moment. The welcome has not been the friend, unfortunately.
No, it has not. KD doesn't reflect how much this guy actually does behind the scenes. I mean, he plays a lot of those supporting characters. So setting up sites, doing drone work, etc., etc., definitely is an important part of any team. So you do have to give him that, filling in some pretty big shoes. But aside from that, Obsession, they're on the bottom right now, a Straight being the only team above them. Well, every team is above them, Panda, but if a Straight want to further their lead in terms of the wooden spoon race, now's the perfect time to do just that.
Yeah, look, I think this solidifies it going into the last couple of play days. Obsession pick up the victory here. They might keep that conversation about avoiding last place, whereas a Straight, if they're the ones to pick up the victory, of course, then unfortunately I think Obsession are almost guaranteed 8th going into the end of the season, which unfortunately someone has to be there. But given what we have seen out of Obsession and the potential that they've shown both this and the Summer Cup, it really is an unfortunate to be facing the end of.
Yeah, look, these guys have been down the bottom pretty much, every season that they've played, which is unfortunate because, they've had their very glimmering moments, where they've had sort of a position that they've found themselves in that is a very winnable one. But this is going to be a repeat offence, straight back to Chalet. We just got off it, but we're not quite done yet, Panda.
No, I mean, those maps that I would argue is probably third teams at the moment in comp, but coming like sort of a Clubhouse at a Chalet, I think Clubhouse. You look at the bans, are straight banning the staple maps for the majority of teams, whereas they've banned out the newest rotation of maps and literally the maps in the comp pool and Bank, Skyscraper, Border, and so we're fighting sort of that middle ground for this matchup.
Yeah, indeed we are. This is obviously, well, as you said, it's one of those sort of top top 4 picks that teams will often opt to go for out of the map pool, and you can't really blame them too much at all. That, you know, it's been played 4 times now total in the Operations League for this season. One of those being just before, and one obviously right now. One yesterday as well, actually, so 5 if I'm not wrong. But still, this is going to be a relatively interesting matchup. You know, Astrake choosing to get rid of Clubhouse to opt to go to Chalet is an interesting choice. I do have to say, given that I would argue that Clubhouse is probably a little bit more of that safe in terms of something that is familiar. However, look, Chalet is also a great pick, and you really can't say too much about it. So at the end of the day, as you said, good middle ground for both teams to sort of work off.
I think, honestly, it's a smart decision out of Australia. Middle ground is really what you want to be when you're battling for this place and trying to avoid it. Want to try and catch your opponents a little bit off guard if possible, bait them into thinking, oh, you know, looks like we're going to Clubhouse, and then pull the rug out from underneath them, take them somewhere where they can't, like Chalet. I really do rate it. I think this is big brain time right now for Australia.
Yeah, and hopefully they want to lock it down. Obsession, though, I believe if we look back to the picks, all of us had them pegged to win it. So coming into this, Roldini, Miller, J Lucky, Canom, and Silence are going to have to do some pretty big work. It's a map that they should be relatively comfortable with now by this point in time. I mean, they've played it so much, or you assume they would have played it a fair bit. So we can only hope, Panda, that they bring their A-game against a straight because, well, unlike a straight, Obsession do not have a regulation win. They've got 1 overtime win, and that is all they have for this season. So this is going to have to be a big effort from them tonight.
Yeah, I think that was always going to be the case. Catch up, and as we jump on Chalet, I would be okay. Never mind. I was going to say I was going to be a bit surprised if we sort of deviated away from the bands that we had in our last map, but already take a bit of a left turn and see.
As of recent, Nox not really as surprising as she used to be in terms of bans. You know, she sort of became the new Sledge in terms of that sort of soft entry / even hard entry at some times. You know, she's got the Silent Step, which is great for lurking around. She's got those nades, a really good primary with the 1.5. So Nox does really have it all. Flores as well to go. So Thatcher once more will be left up. We saw that in the last game. Wasn't really an issue that teams had. We didn't actually see him used a whole lot. We did see him a fair bit, but still, Cade taken off as well. So again, Thatcher pick not really required unless you're super wall oriented, which for Chalet you kind of don't really need to be. But for Obsession, you know, they've got the final ban here, and again, they would probably just be smart to get rid of the Valkyrie. Everyone's doing it right now, and as you said, she's sort of her own operator. She has to be taken off, and lo and behold, she indeed will be. Obsession banned the Valkyrie, and there she falls. So nothing really out of the ordinary other than maybe, as you said, that knock compared to our first game. But overall, relatively clean cut and polished for the bans.
Yeah, I think you're going from a Nook to a Jackal. I think both are justifiable in their own right at the moment. There are ways to work around it. Phenom, he's going for the old bait and switch. Obviously, with an attack repick, Blackbeard sticking out is probably lower on the probability scale. But, I mean, in saying that, anything when it comes to Southeast Asian Rainbow Six.
Yeah, it is. Everything is possible and everything's available. I guess that's what makes it interesting because, well, literally anything can happen. Regardless of that fact, Panda, we started off with once more going upstairs to the office, attempting to make a play early on here, find some early rounds, but this is exactly what we saw last round. That ADS is in a questionable position, though. Not too sure what that ADS is exactly supposed to cover. Maybe there's a position being set up over towards the top of blue stairs, but right now there's nothing. I mean, no Azami either, who is available in this game. Interesting setups here from Obsession. Maybe hoping to catch a straight bout.
I mean, that's probably the smart play. You don't want your opponent. I suppose it's almost one of those, if I don't know what I'm doing, possibly type of situation. So we'll see. But in the grand scheme, it's still early. You're still seeing teams sort of figure out what they want to do. We do obviously have Thatcher available, but PEG-G going to be bringing the Impact EMPs instead, so they've still got a way to work around it. Arguably, it's bringing some more versatile utility to bear as well.
Yeah, a whole lot. And on top of that, you know, plenty of different operators, plenty of different utility, but with a lot of the changes being made as well, pretty much most of the operators are actually very viable, ridiculously viable even at this point in time with the recent swaps. So given that, you know, Yana, Ash starting to make their way back into the pool, I'm not surprised that we aren't seeing more of those niche picks, you know, Tachankas, things like those types of operators to really spice things up.
Well, Strafe have made some good that grenade, though. Could have been big. Unfortunately, this time, and Roldini is going to be able to capitalize. It immediately finds the quick flurry of action and its obsession walking away with the superior numbers as Kanon finds as well. Coming apart for a Strafe. Bails right out of the building. Minute 20 left, and they want something a little bit more salvageable to play from.
Well, they found their kills. Obsession starting things off with an absolute barn burner of a round number 1. I don't really think we expected too much else here. I mean, as we said, they were the favourites coming into this. Even though Strafe are ahead of them on the leaderboard. Very interesting
I don't know
observer glitch there on God, but even with the glitch, he doesn't see it. We do. Silence finds one. Kanon finds the other. And Obsession locked down round number 1, only losing one player in the fray. That is a dominant first round from them.
Quite hectic. They find some big kills to keep it. Look, realistically, it was a bit of a coin toss in the grand scheme. That one could have gone either way in that flurry. So, if you're just able to keep things that little bit calmer, the ones speaks volumes to the experience in this roster.
It really does. It really does. Even though they're at the bottom, as I said, the position of where they find themselves currently sitting does not speak at all to how these guys play. I mean, there is a very big difference into, you know, where the team sits and how the team plays overall. You know, Obsession are... I mean, they have our picks for a reason, Panda, you know. The Strafe have been that bottom team for, well, 2 consecutive seasons, whereas Obsession only now find themselves, unfortunately, in that position off the back of a Strafe having a good play day. So, I mean, this could be where they right their wrongs and take that position back from them.
Indeed. But, obviously, it's only a sum. Things can change quite significantly. The deep get into a map of Rainbow Six Siege. The deep in the attack. God is shiny. I wouldn't say it's a crazy pick, but is going to be instead.
Yeah, look, it's more of that niche style. With the LMG, though, probably an interesting choice, given that they had that pretty big nerf recently. Regardless, though, at this point in time, I don't think they're really too worried about that. Just pull down, I guess, at the end of the day. But still, a straight, not really much achieved again in this first minute here. They are still yet to find any traction inside of the building.
Roldini. Strone is going to retreat right back to the basement. It looked like there was someone from a straight just sitting there, and Roldini somehow escapes. Only losing a bit of health, deals just as much, if not more. Phenom has to completely abandon the basement for the moment. Not about it.
Yeah, he's lost a lot of health there. But technically, Obsession have come out on top after that altercation. I mean, Roldini has lost a little bit of health, but still on top of Phenom. We do still have that observer glitch, apparently, for the 2-time scopes, it seems. But with the wall opened up, Panda, it's an avenue into that top floor hold. Not the site, but Kanon is going to be here to greet.
Might push it in, hits immediately and Olivia reduced to nothing. God is shiny as well. Forced action, drops right back down to the first floor. Set himself up that fuse charge in the west main window. Don't know if of anything for it. And it's really playing up this one.
Yeah, look. A straight, they've lost one. Some health as well to equivalent, almost to a second, but they can at least land something here. Like that, Keith takes down Cannon, top floor now cleared out. As well as a second there, two big nades. The rest of us Strape are going to have to scurry away back to the site, but there's only 30 seconds remaining. It's not a lot of time whatsoever here for them to play with at all. The Vert only just now coming out, which is going to make things a whole lot more stressful. But that fuse is going to spice it up.
No.
A team kill with the shrapnel changes, does take out Phenom, but it's the rest of us Straight to absolutely wipe things off the board. Roldini, the last alive, and a 1 versus 3 diffuser going down. This vertical is going to make his life a whole lot harder. He has to reaggress. It's a post plant with 40 left. Can he find anything? He'll get the first. He's looking for a second. Unfortunately, it's not there. Keith to close it out, and a Straight lock down one for themselves.
Could have gone a very different way. That was very, very close in the grand scheme. They're lucky that he didn't find that second flick, because if maybe he had, could have been a vastly different. But look, Straight, they take the round back after some very, very comfortable kills, and it's exactly what you're looking for in this matchup. You don't want your opponents to get, and if I think momentum is going to be a determining factor here. If one team gathers any momentum, it could be a runaway.
Definitely could be a runaway. Provided something doesn't go terribly wrong, obviously. But still, looking at how it's gone so far, it's a 1-1 trade before anything real has kicked off. So at the moment, things are looking pretty good for both sides, but regardless of that, at a moment's notice, it could just take off, Panda. I mean, you said it, you know, if it's sort of there and ready to happen, it will just happen, and it could be for either side. Obsession, arguably a little bit more dominant in their round, but still, could be anyone's game.
Yeah, it's going to be far from over in the situation. There's a lot more seeds still to be. Both teams know that. You can see right now they are where they find themselves, still trying to figure out where, and it's going to be the weakest and what, if anything, that they can capitalize on. So here we go. Pushing drones are going to be key. Information is going to be huge.
Yeah, indeed it is. Information, I mean, a large part of everything that goes down in pretty much any attacking round from most teams. But the way that a Straight played it down last, definitely a highlight as to how it can be a whole lot different. But with Keith kicking it off, Jay Lucky goes down. Obsession not getting lucky off these entries in these last couple of rounds.
Not quite. Yeah, look, another one falls. But this Southeast is back in the favour of Obsession. They've hunted down Keith, retreating back into the basement. Kanon can find some pitch. Silence at the top library position. So long as it once was, they're forced to back up this position. You can see Millamo listening for that piano double. They've got the shield, so at least the utility burn could be significant enough that it makes a Straight work for it here.
Yeah, with only a minute remaining as well. Excuse me. A 4 versus 3 is difficult, but at the same time, we saw a 2 versus 4 for variance against Direwolves. We've seen those 1vx situations go in favour of the smaller aforementioned number. And with a Straight once more taking their time. I mean, the vertical only just now being made over in office to check that kitchen side. The Smoke's delaying plenty of time here. Silence using his utility perfectly. I mean, 40 seconds is all that's left for a Straight to look to make their push towards top blue. And then on top of that, they always still have to go towards the bomb site, Panda. It's not a lot to work with, especially now with Canom opening up.
Yeah, this is getting a bit potentially. 2 down, mate. Oh my God, Miller. No way he's just found both of those. That could have been the opportunity, but not to be. A straight, completely gutted. At least Big G will find one back with 10 seconds remaining. Kanom in from the back. And it's just an absolute lockdown. No chance. Miller Mo, what a lineup for him.
You love to see those. You love to see those, Panda. They always line up nicely. And that is exactly how it happens sometimes, unfortunately. But, I say unfortunately. Fortunately for Obsession, unfortunate for a straight. Overall, that was a very, very good round. Clean cut and polished at the end. The start, definitely quite a scrappy sort of playground fight between the two teams here and there, trading frags back and forth. Ultimately, with a straight coming out. Unfortunately, well, they were on top, but not for long. Kanom had something to say about it. He's currently 6-1, Panda, for Obsession right now, with only the only people close is Roldini and Miller with 2 each. So, I mean, he is pretty much putting the team on his back right now.
It is, unfortunately, what needs to be done sometimes. You just got to dig deep, chuck your team on your shoulders, momentum right, and then off, and we'll see start to get themselves back into a matchup, ride that momentum that the teammate was able to generate, and from there, we start to see them get into the swing of things. But right now, the straight only down a single run. I mean, you know, glaring factor is the fact that Bolivian and Phenom have yet. Seems like they are maybe struggling a little bit.
Yeah, especially playing, you know, operators like Sledge, like Sophia, that are notorious for fragging. They keep getting themselves into positions like this where Kanom is not outgunning them, you know, in terms of damage right now, but the fact that he's playing as aggressive as he is and they are yet to deal with him in any capacity, as a Sophia, as a Sledge. I mean, he doesn't actually even have an avenue to escape from Library unless he just runs away like this. And he's going to go largely unchecked. I mean, he gets away with that, Panda, and arguably he should not have. That should have been a kill for a straight to open the round, but it just isn't. That is, though.
Not quite sure how God is Shiny was allowed to push in and deal with him, but you take it where you can. You're not going to question. You just let it be, let it roll. Things keep rolling in your favor, jumping in straight, taking some much better ground this time around. Charge, God is trying to figure out where he wants to position this. Does commit to the right-hand panel, left-hand panel from where we were seeing. Unfortunately, no real way to contest it, and the pucks will go off, clearing out a little bit of that utility.
I think they actually got ADS or something. Only one exploded, so I don't know what happened there, or maybe it was just, again, an observer issue, or something happening on our end, possibly, but regardless of that fact, smokes are being drawn early. Site is being droned out. The straight are just setting themselves up for that execute. But again, you know, they have that advantage, albeit it didn't matter last round. You know, even with that advantage, it just crumbled when it came down to the execute. So hopefully they've cleaned up the execute side of things, key furthering that advantage that they have, taking down Kanom. And the rest of Obsession, they're going to have to step up in these next 45 seconds, because if they don't, straight, they're going to find their second in this match.
And fortunately, yeah, a lot of utility burn. You don't have the toxic canister, you don't have a nitro cell, so it is going to come down to the gunplay. But they've got some phenomenal guns to be doing it to G11s and that MX4 Storm with the breach here and out of charges. Oh. This could be huge over one Millimo for a second. Make that a third. And so they have God. Obsession may have just stolen the day with 10 seconds. God, he's heading to the solarium. Unfortunately, it is just an absolute from the 3 versus 5 to the 3 versus 0.
How does Silence get away with that? I mean, he walks out and just absolutely tanks face checks 2 players, walks away with the victory. That is insane. But we are going to see our first tack timeout in 2 days here. 3 days, actually. This being the final play day of the weekend. It's good to see someone's using it, but I would have expected it from the top-end teams. Good to see Australia using it, though. They need it. Arguably, they need it. Because right now, that was their round. 110%. That was all them. They should have won that. Very similar to the round previous to that. Obsession have taken 2 rounds that they shouldn't have had. And Australia are visibly, unfortunately, a little bit upset about that, it seems.
Yeah. I mean, that was a soul-crushing round to lose, in all honesty. The position you were in, yeah, it should make it do 5 versus 3, and that on its head was Jay's kill. Look at Millamoto. Lined up 2 people in that manner. Yeah. Just within 2 seconds, found 2 kills.
Yeah, indeed it is. And, I mean, the fact that he's allowed to get away with it on a consistent sort of, basis is kind of crazy. I mean, Australia, you shouldn't be letting that happen. You should have someone covering that hole on a constant. I mean, even in saying that, drone work comes down to it as well. He was spotted inside of the site. And then after that, he runs out of the site. No one on the vertical sees him leave the site, finds 2, does the damage, wins the round for his team pretty much single-handedly, and you've done nothing about it. There was no change made. There was no real refrag at all from anyone. So the fact that he gets away with that is kind of insane, but still Panda. Sometimes it happens to the best of us. We've seen it across multitudes of leagues and levels. And it is a shame, but still, it happens. So hopefully a strafe in this timeout, extended timeout. I don't think it was a tack timeout called. I think this may actually be a game issue. But still, hopefully they're taking this time and talking about what just went down.
Hopefully.
We pray.
No, I think it's a wasted opportunity. But, I mean, momentum is such a key thing. The fact that Obsession, I mean, it's not even like they've generated any momentum. They know to break the inkling that a straight have the lead time and time again, claim it back for themselves. And you got to watch mental is currently for a straight after those rounds.
It's somewhere. It is definitely somewhere. Maybe not the happiest, but definitely talking about what just went down, because that was their round. Every day of the week, that was their round. They should have won that. 2 versus 4, you got everything you need, walls open, good to go. You should be closing those out. Theoretically speaking, that should have been a pretty easy finish there. But it just wasn't. The play was made by Obsession. They walked away with it. So good to see them taking this time now, even if it wasn't called deliberately. Regardless of, they need to just be having that sort of moment to talk amongst themselves and reset when they come back into the match, when we do get back into it.
Yeah, I mean, this can be deadly to a team like Obsession as well. You've got some rounds and all of a sudden a pause like this happens, and that could be to generate momentum. Hopefully both into it. I mean, even just it works well. You just don't want to get cold. You don't want your reaction time to slip away either. So I think the longer this break goes on, the more detrimental it is for both teams.
Yeah, 100%. It is extending on out to, a point that could just make things a lot more difficult, depending on, obviously, momentum that was build/lost in the time spent in the rehost, because it is genuinely detrimental. But look, overall, hopefully teams have sort of figured out retention of their momentum, because provided, this game, it hasn't been going on for very long, and it was still in the first half. It's still fresh. So both teams haven't really had the time to reach their full potential, arguably. But in saying that, it is still up for grabs, in any capacity.
Yeah, it's far from over. That's fine, in all honesty. Worst situations that you could be in at this stage. I mean, it's the fact that consistently these rounds are slipping away. The concern. So many opportunities to close something out, then all of a sudden it just doesn't happen. Miss the prime opportunity. Honestly, the score at the moment could be 3-1 in favour of a straight right.
Yeah, look, if something isn't changed very quickly by straight, play style wise, the possession could quite easily just sort of casually walk along, with what they've got going on at the moment. But still, in saying that, it's still early days. We are still waiting to get back into it, given that we have had a bit of an extended break here. But still, Panda, it is at the moment still very, very up for grabs in both regards.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but right now we are going to start to a short break while we get our back in ready to go. So we'll see you guys back very soon. Hello and welcome back, ladies. Jumping back in to round number 5 and Obsession. And so far, unfortunately, it has been close, but not close enough for Australia.
Yeah, and definitely a whole lot more successful for Obsession. I mean, overall, it has been a good run, but Obsession have won a couple of rounds that arguably they definitely should not have walked away with. I mean, you know, we looked to a couple of rounds that we saw just there. We got the highlights as well. Millamoo getting away with that double kill that arguably won them around. Unfortunately, as I speak about him, he will disconnect, so maybe a slight caster curse thing going on there. But I think that the call is going to have to be that they play the round out. Not too sure. We will hear momentarily. But for now, a straight, I mean, exclamation point claim in the chat. They find one, and it's a 5v4.
Yeah, I mean, after the prep phase, at stage, you do on with the map. Unfortunately, Obsession got a 8-man down in the first round, so you make do it, and you currently third. And realistically, they've been with West. They've won a couple of 3v5s. Look at Australia at the moment. They have got a full set up and right on it. And God is shiny, looking for the plant. I'm going to jump in as well. No nitro denial, no denial whatsoever. And this is Bleak. The plant, big shots on to bring it back. This is 3 phenomenal, hitting some ripper shot tonight. Things get a bit dicey if they can't themselves and Evie back in. Straight, there you go. They claim the round, and it could have got a bit close to their proto. Unfortunately, that disconnect for Obsession probably costing them in the round.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, Panda, that look, a straight go for a player like that when they know Obsession are down a player. They were probably going to try it anyway. I mean, they had the operators locked in, and you know, Miller only left 15 seconds in that round, but still, unfortunate there for Obsession. And their lead now sort of thwarted by one. The best they can now hope for is a 4-2 on the split, but still, I rate their chances going forward. They will get Miller hopefully back in and continue forward. But for now,
yeah, I do believe though we are going to be throwing us another break while we get the rehost sorted. It's taking a little bit longer than we think. So everything will be sorted and we can carry on. We'll see you back soon.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. Get that a key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
I'm starting to lose face. Keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back. And having regrets, hitting all the stacks. And that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over and this is my year.
Oh, welcome back. We're just final round of the straight. Currently tailing by a single round. And for the looks of things, we will end with a Zephyr in for a. Unfortunately, they couldn't keep the serve for the movie. Can do someone stepping in at the last minute.
Oh, Panda. A lot has been going on, but we're finally back. Obsession. I mean, look. We had the break. They lost that one round, but they have had to get a sub in. So, will this mess up the dynamic that they had going? I don't know. It's a big question. But hopefully Zephyr can step up. He did yesterday. He did pretty well yesterday, actually. But the question is right off a whim, without any real warm-up, I'd imagine, will he be able to do it here for them now in this matchup against Australia?
We imagine some sort of warm-up going on. Chansei is knee-deep in rank.
Well, yes.
Maybe, just maybe, he's not quite as much of a shot out as potentially he could have been. See, as round on the way, we do see attack once again. That very, very aggressive rush up in play.
Yeah, but no rush this time, similar to what we saw in the last round. They're not exactly chomping at the bit to go straight through that main double window. They are setting up a very similar attempt. We do have the Candelas coming out, but no Amaru to back it up straight away. Solar fully clear, though, as well as Bathroom. Obsession, they're leaving a lot of ground left unchecked here.
Yeah, it's something that could potentially come back to bite them, but no. Yeah, they have pushed in. They've got some good ground on the side of a straight, but it's Obsession to find the first blood. They got a shiny G8 in hand, going hard, but Big G will make it. That's for Obsession. They lose a second. So I got a shiny, allowed the throne, but not going to find much more than that initial frag for the moment. Caught out advantage there. A straight have the ground to work with the 90 seconds. So them two, but no, Kanom steps up. Silence there as well. And the advantage is now back in their favour.
Overall, some good trades coming out here. Obsession looking pretty good off the back of this rehost, even with the sub coming in. Obviously, as I said, you know, Zephyr has been doing well. Unfortunately, his first round, he's going to go out before having too much of an impact. Regardless of, they hold the advantage now. They know where Pig is. Bolivian may largely be unknown. Not too sure where he is at just at the moment, but Pig, that is a great shot to hit. Takes down Silence. An Obsession, they lose the advantage that they just so recently had.
Two, though, in the grand scheme, this works out better. They can play for the numbers. Utility not quite great, as if their rate is in play. I'm thinking more the Ying than in. But Bolivian outside trying with that M762, not going to be able to spot it out just yet. So they are going to have to force themselves into what is a set choke point here with Jay Lucky to cross. Pick drops cables away through the hatch. So it is on Jay Lucky to clutch up here in the final round of the half. Pig is low and on the plant. Covering from the window. If he can find Bolivian, if he can find an angle, this is doable, but Pig's pulled off. Break down. The diffuser now no longer in hand. This gets dicey. And Bolivian, no time. And fourth half.
Honestly, I was expecting him to go for the res, but I didn't quite realise the time that was left there. I do have to say, that was very well done by Obsession to bring that back from the brink. They were close to losing that. Had that hatch shot not come out, it was definitely a strafe all the way to the bank there.
It was, I think, that damage there from Kanon on to pick up for that. It would have been announced. They weren't able to set up and give Jay Lucky that opportunity to climb to the Lion. I don't think he wins the subsequent gunfight. Don't think they're able to, you know, waste the time the way that they did. So big stuff. It all comes together in the half. Now straight from the back foot.
Yeah, it's 2 rounds isn't a lot. but it is definitely still... It is a noticeable difference in competitive Rainbow Six. Obviously, 2 rounds can be a very large deciding factor, but still, in saying that, Strape have a long way to go. Especially after that rehost, that's definitely going to have hurt them, unfortunately, but still.
We see deadly it does, but right now, I mean, it's not the end of the world. 4-2. I mean, it's quite a common scoreline that we see of the Rainbow Six. So basically, anything is possible at this stage. Castle barricades cleanly dealt with there. Let me see what the sledge. The answer is quite evident how they clear as they look to approach. I mean, Jay Lucky on this Twitch, if they can put that to good use, they can clear out a lot of this defensive setup. We like to see that pushing in.
My mic was muted. You love to see it, man. You love to see it. It's a levy of technical issues for us tonight here. But as I was saying before my mic so rudely decided not to listen to me, was that Obsession are making good time. They've made it into the building. They've got plenty of utility remaining and gained a lot of control now, obviously, with this main wall opening up as well. They've forced pretty much everyone from a straight back to this sort of north side of the map where they are quite literally on the back foot, the back side of everything that's going down. And Obsession are just starting to lock out that front side and look to play for, I'm assuming, what's going to be a smoke plant here, paired with the nades. But Obsession still have plenty of time to decide what they want to do, depending on how many kills they can find. Because if they can force one here, it's going to be great.
Yeah, most definitely. In fact, it looks like definitely make doubly the possible avenue open themselves. This site right now. The early chip down, the fact that they've got the utility to start doing out these lines is pretty big. The nade to clear out the next things that much worse. Clear info onto the 2 operators there between the sides. Roldini, bitten but not shut down, finds 2 in fact for his troubles. And that's colossal. They do find the trade, the pound and Zephyr do big work. Unfortunately, so does Fiend. Not count on the fact that Jack covering the cross, and that was for Obsession to kick off the second half.
Overall, a great way to start off that half after the unfortunate rehost that we had in the middle there, an extended sort of fall of play, but still, given that they've had that sub come in, they've started pretty much fresh. Zephyr has just fit right in. They've started going and they've won, the first 2 rounds, arguably without any real issue. So, and Obsession, off the back of this rehost, are looking spicy coming into the remainder of match number 2. I forget we're only on game number 2 of the night. But still, Obsession looking... Yeah, look.
Not acceptable.
My bad, guys. My bad.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
You got to make do. You got to keep moving forward. Much like a Strape in this, you just got to keep moving forward. Don't let Obsession get too far ahead of themselves. Obviously, momentum is key. It's that last round. Kane is going to be bringing something a little bit different here on this act in the 8th round. The Monty in pocket. And I do kind of rate it, especially on Chalet. Monty can be quite decisive.
He can be very, very insane when put in the right hands and given the correct support. With someone like Canon leading the charge, I mean, not only is his gun skill great if he chooses to whip out the pistol, but obviously with the support of someone like Roldini, Jay Lucky, Silence, even Cypher, Zephyr, sorry, it can be deadly. And a Strape are going to have to keep their heads on a swivel because, yes, this might be downstairs in the kitchen. It isn't upstairs, but arguably, I'd say Monty is probably more prominent here than he would be on the top floor. So Strape definitely going to have to be worried in this round.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest counter that you're looking at is PG on the smoke. Maybe you can find the line up. Nitro Cell to good use, but I think in the grand scheme it's a bit hard. Maybe even God is shiny. You get the evil eye place, maybe line it up for a bit of chip damage, but it's realistically all it's going to be there. So I think it's more of a gamble than you. Right now, you can see the pressure is maybe just getting to a straight a little bit. We already start to see some of that utility in Kanon dropping down into fireplace. They do have heavy impact available to them. There we go. Dining room wall and wall.
They've got some good control now into the site. However, this position, or all of these positions, should we say, upstairs, still being held by a Strape. And Obsession are going to have to maybe try and force a pick here. Or at least force these players away from these vertical angles, because with the hatch opened up, it does give these defenders an avenue straight into the site. Jay Lucky is going to be working on that here with Roldini to his best ability. But, I mean, the defenders are playing it perfectly. They don't have to fall off, so why would they? They're just waiting for the execute, as Canom is trying to make it in. PG takes a lot of damage from that nade. It looks like the plant might be about to go down.
Shall no. Phenom it's traded back almost immediately. Big damage up to 3 for Obsession. And it is just there. And got a shiny Kanom. He's going to try his hand at planting that diffuse impacts to come through, but it's not enough, unfortunately. It's secured. Actually, it's going to Big G. Goes down to the shots from Straight. And it's a loot mess of gunfire. With the ACS, big gun in these gunfights here in the 1 versus 2. If you can find Jay Lucky isolated player on the plant, no, not to be. And that's catastrophic. The plant will carry shiny rotating through. You can see Obsession or plant already looking to lock things down. And this is not the ideal situation by any stretch of the imagination as well. Silence follows it up. And we'll take map point. Look at it, close the map out.
Overall, Obsession locked themselves in for match point. They've done well so far. We are up in the final moments of what could be the final moments of this game. Strape, unfortunately, they won that one game, but they have not found any more luck after this, after that game. Unfortunately, Panda, we are staring down the barrel of what could be very quickly an Obsession game, and provided, we didn't have all of that sort of refreshing and rehosting and whatnot, we could have seen Obsession walk away with this at an earlier date. But I mean, even with Zephyr coming in, he's doing the support work. It's everything he was doing yesterday and more. So you can't really be too upset if you are Obsession or an Obsession fan, because regardless, in the face of adversity, they have done absolutely amazing in this matchup. But you do have to give it to a Strape as well, sticking through it the whole way through and saying yes to letting that emergency sub come in, because they could have quite easily said no and 4v5'd it, but you do have to give it to them. It's great sportsmanship. So both ends of the spectrum, regardless of who wins, this has been a great match for the evening.
Oh, most definitely. And the reality is that Zephyr slotted in quite even in the grand scheme of things. You would know that he hadn't been here the entire that support, not expecting to put up the numbers. But even still, he's right in there. He's got a kill already. So they try and punch this one home and be the final of the game in the ninth, of course. You see the line duo, in fact, in play.
Yeah, Lion and Finker, even after her recent nerfs, well, I say recent nerfs, the LMG was the only thing that was nerfed really to her kit. She also lost the grenades, I believe. But still, the Adrenal Surges are very relevant. Now, Obsession are opting for a more fast-paced game style here. They are inside of the site. Canom is leading the charge. Keith will find the first onto Silenzo, jumping in the bathroom. Canom follows it up with a trade. Almost a second. Does spot the head, but doesn't find the shot. Unfortunately, onto the Aruni there. However, the rest of his team are popping off elsewhere. Zephyr for 1. Jay Lucky for a second. Very quickly, we find ourselves in a 4 versus 2. Obsession, they are holding onto the site. God is at least trying to take it back, but a Strape hold on by a thread.
2 versus 3 was doing it for a moment. Got a shine. He can't finish Jay off. This is a bit rough. Roldini, nice. See the dash. is just too little too late. Fortunately, as it closes out, it will be an Obsession round. Even having to make that adjustment, it works out rather well. A 7-2 victory. Unfortunately, it also means, well, to the bottom. Someone has to be an 8th, and it is them once again.
It's really unfortunate to see as well for them. You know, they had that one opening streak where they they showed up. They did some damage for the first time in their Operations League careers. You know, they weren't on the bottom. It was a short-lived stint. Let's be honest, they are straight back down there. Thanks to Obsession taking this victory out over them now. They hold more points at the end of the day. But look, Panda, I think it was an era that I would like to see again. I would love to see a Strafe going hard in the paint, putting themselves up on this ladder, because they're a team that can. They've proved time and time again that they have the ability to. It's just Obsession on the day, even as we said, in the face of adversity, they get it done. They won one on time, the rest on kills, and the rest is history. We just watched it unfold in front of us. So
I think it speaks a little bit more to the expense of Obsession over a Strafe. I mean, you got Kanon, formerly of Elevate. You got Dini Boom, formerly of Q Confirmed. So they've players who have had Tier 1 experience, bringing that to the roster, some fresh young gunners added into the mix, whereas sort of fresh-faced across the board. There is no one really that has that experience. And make sure you get eggs in chat, call your shots, get some R6 credits, or at least a chance of some R6 credits. And one of those R6 pins, the thing you'd want is to miss out on like a Strafe did there, because that's a fun situation yourself in. But Proto, I mean, again, I think sort of expected the outcome. Everyone was back at Obsession there, and as a result, you look at it, it plays out much as you would expect.
Yeah, genuinely an expected result. I don't think there was really too much else that could have changed in that matchup other than the sub comes in and a straight go sicko mode on the split, but they didn't, unfortunately for them, and Obsession do lock it out, as we said, expected pretty much in most respects, Panda. But other than that, as I said in that second to last round, it's been a great game regardless. Sportsmanship, the sheer longevity of all the players. I mean, that was a long game. I mean, even for us, I know for me, it was hard to keep track of what was going on in between those rehosts and stuff and come back into it, thrown in. So hats off to the players. I mean, they really did put it up a great show all the way to the end. So game number 2, absolute barn burner. An Obsession, obviously happy with a win at the end of the day.
Yeah, obviously, like we said, putting the wooden spoon, as it were, in the competition. Right now, though, we're going to talk to a break. We jump into that big match of the evening. Fury taking on Elevate to see if Fury that run back very, very soon.
is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. Was hit hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men. Say again, Grim. I'm going in. My turn. What's going on? What the? Impossible. Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. Is that a key on your jugular?
You were saying?
What was on that server? QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
I'm starting to lose face. Keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back. And having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
coming back into our third match of the evening, Fury versus Elevate. For Fury, it is that chance to keep the number 1 seed hope alive. For Elevate, it is sort of solidifying their position top 4, wanting to make sure that they are the ones in the conversation come playoffs time. At the moment, though, it's still anyone's guess how we round at the top 4. Bro.
Yeah, obviously there's still a lot of movement available for pretty much any team for that top 4 spot. I mean, Elevate and I believe GG are only separated by 1 point each, respectively. Then you look towards Direwolves and Fury, 2 points-ish separate those guys, 3 points in terms of who gets top/second spot. So with Direwolves locking in another 3 tonight already from their first matchup, Fury are going to have to either beat Elevate in regulation to look to take that back from them, or at least put themselves on the road to take that back. But if they lose it, or lose it in overtime even, or even if they win it in overtime, it's pretty much GG on their top run, because I don't realistically see Direwolves losing any of the next few games that they have coming up in the next few play days. So this is really do or die for Fury.
Yeah, I mean, in the moment, I think Elevate back in Wolves to keep first at the moment. Definitely probably bigger Wolves fans than they are Fury fans at the minute. To be honest, have looked a bit better over the last couple of weeks. They start to see like they are hitting that form once again that they brought into the start. Obviously, they're still in that conversation for SI as well. So you hope that things are ramping up and going in towards that six-impational position. And obviously our newest major coming up just around the corner, obviously at DreamHack in Sweden. But Fury versus Elevate on your screens. And I mean, it really is such a matchup. You look at the competition, BG Man I9, the newest additions to the Fury roster, formerly of that Elevate roster as well. So definitely I feel like, I9 in particular have something to prove coming into this.
Yeah, I mean, this is essentially just their old team that they are looking to take back some, take back some time over, I suppose, because at the end of the day, Elevate is one of the greats of the region and have been recently, especially after their showings at, majors, etc., etc. So Fury coming into this, definitely a giant to fell, but keep in mind, they've already done it this season so far. So for them, this should theoretically be another dub, maybe, if we look back to stats.
Yeah, Sapper back in once again. Last time he'd moved to a sub position, so obviously whether it's growing pains, whatever the case, newest, new the roster hasn't quite been able to get it. He's here playing, ready to go. Point. Unfortunately, less the same thing out of reach, but you've still got Onigiri in this roster. One of the standout players from our Apex South currently hold record for the 6 Invitational. So, I mean, the numbers, it doesn't necessarily feel like represent what he is capable on a game day.
No, him as a player, definitely misrepresented just by those numbers there single-handedly. Even we turn our eyes to yesterday, the game on Cafe that Elevate had against Variance, 7-2. It was an absolutely insane game. Onigiri reached his 100th kill with a 4K round. I mean, he had an absolutely amazing showing last night on the Frost. Very similarly on the attack as well. As I said, easy breezy game, a 7-2. So coming into tonight against Elevate, Fury are coming off the back of a loss to GG, and quite a big loss at that, a 7-1. So Elevate should technically have the ego buff, theoretically, coming into this matchup, especially on a map like Villa as well. Cafe goes out, which is interesting because Elevate won it yesterday, but Fury lost on Chalet. So Villa is a completely new map for both of these teams in the last 3 play days.
Villa, very much APAC region at the moment. Every team that plays, tier 2 competition level, sees the of the map. It's almost like the new clubhouse in the grand scheme. So you can understand why teams are looking to play this that little bit more, a lot of comfort, familiarity on. So both teams should be playing this squad quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, we cast our eyes to the last time that these two teams played this season for Autumn. Fury walked away with it. excuse me, 7-5 on Theme Park. It was a 3 split, I think, from what I can gather. Overall, Fury walked away with a victory, obviously. 7-5, but it was close. You know, it wasn't like a 7-1. It wasn't a 7-2. Elevate were pretty close. They could have maybe taken it to overtime, had something been going on. And if I'm not wrong, Playday 4 was roughly when Elevate started having a couple of issues here and there. So coming into this, I mean, Elevate have been looking really, really strong as of recent. As we said, Sapper is playing still. Even if he is on that sub role, regardless of, he's in tonight. So this is the 5-stack that went to those majors, went to those Tier 1 competitions, and did really, really well. So provided Fury come into that knowing that that's the case, hopefully they've done their homework, and hopefully they've got something prepared for Elevate, because Elevate are definitely going to be prepared for them.
Yeah, and obviously I9 BG Band having played and have an idea of, you know, what sort of goes on the heads of Elevate coming into a matchup like this. I mean, mentally, there's a lot of the competition. Both teams, obviously, you know, they've got their guns game as well. You know, Fury getting their skin on the ARX. Elevate, they've got a couple of skins. It does seem that we have, what, 3? Oh, no, 2. It'd be 2 players, both these mark back in the Elevate League. Not quite there yet, but we've seen what the has been able to do for this team.
Yeah, we have. I mean, it is just the land buff, isn't it? You know, getting their fist bumps all around type thing. You do get to see the difference that it can make in a competitive setting when you've got the ability to have that talk. I mean, in real life, you know what I mean? Like, getting that buff from having everyone in that one room, feeling the energy, getting into it is definitely a big difference maker. We head into the bands. Fury kick things off. They're on the defense, so arguably the better of the two. Knock to go, no real surprise. But for the remainder of the bands, I'm not expecting anything too different. Thatcher, most likely from Elevate here. Probably going to take that Azami off the board and then a Valkyrie to finish it out if I had to guess the next 3. But I could be completely wrong given the bands we saw yesterday. We saw a Dokkaebi go out of the blue for no reason, and it's a Flores. So Thatcher remains once more for tonight.
Interesting. Let through. The door, though, is looking at the moment. Jackal Thatcher being let through on Villa. Kind of. Valkyrie makes a lot of sense. If I had to hedge my bets, I'm leaning towards the Kai than a Valkyrie. But again, we've seen things happen in the world of Rainbow Six. Potentially could go away at the minute, but Fury fighting at the call. It's going to be a mute instead. Call.
So Zami stays, which is an interesting choice. Now, Panda, I have just done some checking, and I have some numbers to run by you. Elevate, this season alone, have played Villa a total of 4 times. All of which, from what I can see, victories. Bar 1, sorry. Fury have played it twice. That's 2 times more VOD material for Fury here than what Elevate have over them. I said this yesterday when Fury were playing GG. It was on Chalet. Fury hadn't played it. GG had. VOD material obviously is more beneficial for Fury. They got 7-1. We come into tonight. Fury technically have the VOD. Well, I don't want to say over compensation, but they have a lot more material to work through. Does the same thing happen here? Have they done their homework properly in a position that will give them a beneficiary over Elevate? Big questions. Last time Elevate lost it in this matchup. Will Elevate turn around and do a GG and stomp, or are Fury going to double down?
We'll have to see. I mean, the benefit at the moment, I think, for a lot of teams starting out in the attack is that you pick up what you can, and then you go into the second half right there towards a victory. So I think Elevate probably, if we look at the numbers side of things, going to be the favourites. But Brodo, you said Lycolis, bottom left, the M14 gun polls coming into the first round of Villa as they start kitchen dining as well.
for those of you that are OGs in the scene, an MT Jack's legacy. But still, yeah, like Colossus on the Pulse is going to be a very big thing here for Fury. Obviously, providing a lot of that information and just sort of relaying to his team the whereabouts of Elevate. Now, we don't see an IQ from them. We don't see any other means of tracking. I mean, no Jack or anything like that, with Onigiri going down as well. I believe Hajime, the one to deal the final blow. Elevate lose one. Fury find that opener, and that is big for them.
Elevate looking to clear out some of this utility that Twitch in the hands of Sapper, dealing with what Mozzie pests are in play. Obviously, and allow Elevate to get that info in just that little bit deeper. Unfortunate loss. Surprising seeing him play fair. He has really been sort of a one for the most part. As that Doc B and the Rune fits the M14 EVR crutch, as it were, but not to be right.
No, and it's actually Dark who finds the next kill, takes down DCH. So far for Elevate, things are not going well at all. BG Man finds one on the mark as well, and it all crumbles for Elevate in this first round. They've lost all form of control, all form of structure that they had. Now, unless Sapper and Mr. Punch can go huge in a 2v5, which, let's be honest, we've seen them do similar things before. I don't rate the chances here for Elevate in round number one, unfortunately. If you're pretty solid and a lot better than they did yesterday to take this out in the first.
All 5 members still alive, and the Cola's on the pulse, just feeding what in and Hajime. What an angle onto Sapper, and it will be his demise. Like Cola at Hajime, just holding fast around the red stairs. Going to give it up whatsoever. 3-piece and flawless round for Fury.
Great way to start it off, and a lot more decisive than, I will say, quite harshly, any of the rounds that Fury played yesterday were just not it. They were not it at all. GG were running circles around them, Panda, and it was quite evident that that was the case. So to see them come into tonight with a round like that to kick things off against a team like Elevate, keep in mind, Elevate are right below them on the leaderboard at 3rd. Gaiman are down at 5th. So theoretically speaking, Elevate should do better than GG did, especially with the experience that they hold. But right now, you know, as we've talked about briefly at the start and continuing on forward, Elevate have been having a little bit of a moment, unfortunately. So in saying that, he's trying to get more on there. It just won't let him, and I think that we need to change that. Can someone at UB please look into this? We need 3 cap cans on this window, on this side. He's adamant that he can get this on here, but it's not happening, 99. Come on, man. Let the dream die.
So badly. He's committed. Unfortunately, not committed enough. There you go. Not to be. No miraculous with the entry. I think with Sapper as well, it would going to be an even task. But, well, did they scout and wardrobe know that I9 is playing the cap? So many questions. But I mean, the crazy thing is to me, Pro, though, you made it available, but they're leaning into the Bandit for Hajime.
Yeah, with Thatcher on the board, it makes it difficult. Obviously, having the Cade, you can just Thatcher it and forget it. Whereas with the Bandit tricking is obviously a lot more, I want to say, effective at dealing with high breach utility. And when it's a Hibana as well, if it's a Thermite, obviously it's a little bit more single use. But when it's a Hibana, you have to shoot the pellets on, then they have the detonation time. So with the Bandit, you know, you've got a little bit more of that maneuverability between the walls. You can actually get rid of a lot more utility before actually having to fall off / give the position up, whatever. So I actually rate the Bandit pick here, if I'm being honest, Blue Panda over the Cade, because...
Hold up. I just not think Dark has Prismas in pop.
That is an interesting choice. Maybe it's more of just a gun pick, but regardless, I do rate the Bandit pick. Just touching back on that before we move on.
Yeah, I can understand. I mean, Hajime is not even a player where he can juggle
No, so
it's an interesting call for this one. Maybe a little bit more free falling, or Gemini for the fact that DCH is there as well does damage onto him. Unfortunately, Kill being threatened has yet to give it up right now. Just jiggling around, just anything that he possibly can. I know as well, an unknown fact, those games possession on the drone, full send it towards Classical. Sapper could find himself in trouble. He's over there. No, he's back on the side. Okay, understandable. Never mind. Lycolis as well going to lose that. But you look at that, DCH and Sapper both incredibly low right now.
Yeah, I mean, even, provided he didn't find the kill, he's left two that are very easily mopped up. BG Man finds the first of two mop-ups. Sapper goes down, and with only 20 seconds remaining, Elevate really do have to look for that execute. They will find one DCH to open it up. A lot of damage dealt to I9. The confirmation there from his team walking into the map side. It's all up to Dark. The diffuser now being planted by Mark. Flank from main stairs. Looks like it is going to be the option here, but one on the study balcony. Has he accounted for it? Dark, he might not even check as he walks into study here. No, he hasn't even looked at all. This should be relatively free for Mr. Punch. Indeed it is. Confirmation there from Mark on the down kill as well. Elevate lock in the second round for themselves. A little bit scary coming towards the end on that execute there, but overall, very well done. And Fury, they will lose that round. Elevate go up one of their own.
Yeah, again, a couple of placements on the side of Fury there on the defense. I'm not quite sure what more could have been donation, but it's one of those situations where you just kind of miscalculations, things go awry, and that's just how it goes sometimes. So unfortunately, they can't find themselves yet another round, but far from the end.
Definitely not over yet. Definitely not over at all. It is the earliest of openings for this match. I mean, we're only 2 rounds in, and anything can happen at this point. So, Panda, I think we are setting in for an absolute banger. Excuse me, because there is plenty to go on yet in this match. I mean, we've got Frosts, we've seen Capcans, we've seen a matter of interesting picks from Fury, but on top of that, Elevate, they are now employing this IQ. So it is just getting a whole lot more interesting.
Indeed. Going to be interested to see just how Onigiri slots himself into this, because he's definitely struggling a wee bit here, whether or not he can find some groove, because I think about it, his high impact operator is the Doc of B. We have yet to see him bleed into it. Maybe recent changes, he's trying to escape that crutch a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see him flexing around, but unfortunately, BG Man isn't going to be flexing around too much this round. Sorry, he is, but DCH isn't. Regardless, I mean, Elevate, they keep taking these early losses, unfortunately. They will get one back in consolidation, but they've already lost their sledge. That's a huge loss on a site like this as well.
BG Man the trade, obviously. So 1-for-1 is not irredeemable. There's far worse situations that could be playing out for them. So Philippe, they can recoup at least a little bit. But yeah, oh no! Trade on through finds one. Traded back once again. But this is bleak. If they are allowed to get on that free, get
how is he?
But I don't know how Dark's won that either.
I'm sorry. What? How has that happened? Mr. Punch. He's not guns up. Sapper almost died of that Frostmat. That was good reaction time. How? A player died to the Jaeger over at Top Astro. Called it. Had to have called it. Diffuser is there as well. You would assume that someone would be watching it. Runs into Astro. Not guns up. Interesting choices here from Elevate, but I mean, unfortunately, sometimes it happens like that. I guess it's okay.
There we go.
It's just it's writing on the wall, Panda. It's a 1v3. Sapper on low HP. I don't see it happening, unfortunately.
weird things happen in Rainbow Six Siege stage. I see, honestly, everything's possible. Playing around the shield, the shot out, but Dark, I mean, makes happen despite the time that he's had.
Yeah, some good kills for him in that round. Some great kills, actually, in fact. The pistol whip. But, look, it's, again, still early rounds. That's only a third in. We got plenty more to come, I'd imagine, in this matchup. If any of the games tonight is going to go overtime, max overtime, it's going to be this one. Because, I don't know. Recently, Elevate have been taking a little bit of time to get into the flow of things. And I'm not too sure if that's due to any specific reason, but, you know, they are definitely taking a little bit more time than usual to get into that flow state. Whereas Fury, they're looking a little bit more comfortable than they did yesterday. I don't know if GG playing like they were playing in a terrorist hunt or a ranked game threw them off, because it genuinely looked like they were lost. It looked like they were playing with like steering wheels or something. But today they look a whole lot more clean and concise. So that is good. They've gone home, you know, they've done their VOD review, they've done their homework, whatever. They've come into today, they look a whole lot better. But in saying so, they should have done a bit better than they did yesterday, even regardless of that. But Elevate, look, they're still a big foe to take down, so, and they still have plenty of time to work on it, so.
Yeah, look, it's a bit troublesome to break down these matches sometimes, and it's definitely those matches where you're not sure what direction it could head. But right now, at least, like you and play without information through on the side of the defense. The Coyote is there, the Pulse is there. I think that reactionary to what we've seen so far, to the heavy gadget plus the Pulse as well. I think Elevate do understand the situation they're in quite comfortably.
Yeah, and Elevate, I mean, they're quite happy at the moment, given, again, early days, you know. Sapper losing out on his Twitch drones, though, that's going to hurt. And like Hollis, again, just relaying this information. This is why Pulse is so strong. Now, we saw IQ in the last round here on Onigiri, but it's been switched over to DCH. Onigiri has opted for the Ash this time, so he is pretty much doing the full levy of operators. Sapper chooses to get rid of the bulletproof camera over the wall utility. It's an interesting choice, but I do somewhat rate it when it comes to the execute if Elevate get that far, because it gives Fury less to work with on the retake.
Well, I know, the first victim, DCH, is found. Again, Elevator on the side.
That's why they got rid of the camera.
But they have any real support to back him up. Ping's coming through. He's on A, but I mean, look, the ping's coming. They know from BG Man. It's going to be a trade. Ultimately, again, you've got one on the site to go over that fly there behind him. They could have potentially made a play the defuse, and but it ultimately falls short. Dark, why are you aggressing there? Someone's on the site. This shouldn't okay, Fury's doing it anymore.
So this is exactly what they're doing yesterday. I'm going a little bit of a rant, Panda. That was a great shot from Mr. Punch. This is exactly what was happening yesterday against GG. GG were playing hyper-aggressive Rainbow Six, running into the site, jumping out of all the windows, you know, doing absolutely insane things. And Fury were lost in the sauce. They had no clue what to do. They were, well, as I said, they were playing with steering wheels. It was completely lost in the rough. They had no clue what to do at all in any degree of how to deal with the aggression. That round from Elevate was a highlight as to how Fury struggle when it comes to that type of aggression. Elevate walk into the site. What'd they find? 3 kills, Panda, before anyone from Fury even attempted to make it back in. And then when they did come through China, unfortunately, Sapper couldn't, Onigiri rather, didn't quite have the right angle to hold the China door from inside a bike. But still, that aggression from Elevate, that won them that round. Single-handedly, that won them that round. Get rid of the information that Fury have on the site, storm the site because they know that it's free, even if there's a pulse in play, and just play for the trades. And they come out on top 9 times out of 10. GG did it yesterday, and Fury were lost in the sauce. And it is just rinse and repeat. They're doing it here again today. If Elevate can realize that, punish that, it's going to be big for them. But the question is, have they figured that out? Do they know that that's the case? Because the first 2 rounds definitely did not look like they knew that that was something that they could sort of push on in terms of a pressure point.
I think we take that round for what it was, which is a bit of an outlier. I don't think Fury are going to play that hyper aggressive again on the defense, knowing full well that they are the only ones to blame in that situation. The site freely and then just ego challenged everything. But ultimately, you'd have to hope that going into the next couple of rounds, back to basics, they play out the rest of the way that we know teams should play as slow as you can. Don't want to be forcing the issue too heavily on the defense, but you could corral these attack choke points and make the most of it.
Yeah. I mean, if Fury can corral some Elevate players, I mean, we saw them do it in the first few rounds, the opening kills going in their favour 9 times on the fly, but regardless of that, this round is a little bit slower. 1:10 has elapsed. We haven't really seen too much go on here. We do have early poppings of these Goyo canisters, I do believe, courtesy of Sapper on the Twitch drones, but even still, Elevate, they're taking their time. They want to play for some vert nades here. They do seem to have a little bit of information on where some of these players may be. Hajime does take a little bit of damage over towards Master, but that's because someone from Elevate is actively holding that angle on Nagiri. He has gone back to that crutch pick. So Elevate just taking their time, and this is exactly what they usually do.
Yeah. Elevate biggest power, Dart copping some big, and the most rounds we see out of Elevate, they don't give their opponents time to think. So it is that full court press they are so capable of. Pull that off. We've seen teams do when they're floundering. Claiming first blood. Well, let's say first blood. The first kill for his team again this round will be traced immediately. In Elevate, you can see they are starting to get made. They are feeling a little bit more comfortable in their challenges. This is what we're playing. In the chaos, don't let Fury have time to think, because we've seen what happens out to think.
Yeah, you don't give them the time, they can't make it happen now. Elevate are going to try and revive Mr. Punch here. Unfortunately for Lycolis, he doesn't have any smokes available to deny that. So they are going to be able to put him back into the fight for a 4 versus 3. Shotgun in hand, he will collect the first. He's looking for another. He is going to get it, takes down Sapper as well. And the crossfire set from his teammates here do open up the door. But it's up to I9 now in a 1 versus 1. Can he connect? Indeed he can. Fury, off the back of some very fortunate gunplay, you're going to find that round, but it could not have been closer, I don't imagine. Elevate could have gone for the res there as well. Probably would have been smart, but regardless, Fury take the third and look good to possibly end the half up in their favour.
Yeah, I mean, it was a gunfight at the end of that round there for Onigiri and I9. It's apropos that I suppose I9 with the victory over his former teammate. But some unfortunate decisions, some unfortunate challenges out of Elevate really put them at a detriment in that round. I mean, this realistically should be a very interesting matchup between the two. Very even. That has seen a lot of play from AP teams, but its rounds have been a bit dicey in terms of both teams in some of these situations are not quite sure what's going on.
It is definitely a little bit back and forth in terms of who's figuring out what's happening. That main stairs sort of rush up with the shotgun waiting. I mean, like Collis played that pretty much perfectly. You know, switch on over to the shotgun and go to town. But it was unfortunate to see Elevate lose it in that way. We did have that, as I said, the player down that could have been revived, but ultimately it was just not the play. It wasn't what was called for, I think, at the end of the round there for Elevate. They wanted to just play the 1, and as you said, it was a 50-50 gunfight. It was pretty much up to anybody there. So regardless of the outcome, Elevate, they still have some time to make it a 3-3, but yeah.
I mean, realistically, that's where it should land, in all honesty. I think a 4-2, probably less likely in the grand scheme of Southeast Asian Rainbow. the way that Fury are playing, and eventually they can take these fights as a cohesive unit. We'll see. Elevate get away with a lot more than they should have. So whether or not they can identify that and stop it from happening further on into the map.
Look, a 3-3 here for Elevate would be great. It would give them a good footing to go onto the defensive side. We could argue that this map is starting to sway more in the defensive mind. Now, another thing that I have noticed, Panda, that we've been watching is since the inception of Azami, play day 1 of OPL, we saw Azami on Villa in our first game and saw how crazy it was. We haven't seen it here once from Fury. They have not brought out Azami at all in this game. So, don't know if it's just because they're not comfortable or if they don't like Azami. But either way, it's not been employed. And I think they're missing out on a very valuable piece of kit here that they could have been bringing to this gunfight so far.
I think more than anything, DCH finishes the K there with the pistol. I think
How does he get away with that?
I mean, the Hajime was just finishing the kill. So,
Ark was there, though, for a trade.
It sometimes doesn't happen, unfortunately. But I think it is something that I think a lot of teams don't really is theory craft, lineups that don't have those options of the Azami available. And while this is all going on, all the theory crafting discussion and fight is going the way of Elevate. They find the 4 versus 2. I9 and Icolis in trouble. Spray's good. I9 brings it back to the 3 versus 2. Maybe the 2. Now, unfortunately, it's I9 alone. Pistol out. Only covering. And it will be half. But yeah, I think Elevator, a team that a single map, assuming that those power pick and find lineup regardless.
Well, I mean, it's like Mirror, right? We've seen Mirror left in 2 of the games this evening, 3, all of them actually, and she's not been played once. She hasn't been picked on Chalet. I mean, Mirror is a viable choice on some of those sites, or was, but as you said, teams are just so used to playing without them that they don't bother. So, Elevate doing a very similar thing, or Fury rather, should I say, doing a similar thing with the Azami. I mean, Mirror is in play here again, and we, again, haven't seen her. So teams are just so used to it. And in fact, we're probably more comfortable with having them off the board. Mirror is so easily countable now with people using vertical nades like they're going out of fashion. I mean, it is very unsafe to just stand on a Mirror like you traditionally would have. In saying that as well, very similar to Azami, used to having her banned out. You play the traditional Villa that a lot more teams comfortable with in terms of both setting it up and attacking it. So, I don't know. It's good to see. When they're available, why not use them? Use and abuse, some would say. But Elevate, they find their 3rd. It's a 3-3 split. They've done well. They go on the defense now, arguably the more preferred side. So Fury have their work cut out for him here.
Most definitely. Looking at the King lineup, though, for Fury. Nothing crazy out of the ordinary, but a lot of reliance on the initial hard breach work. Obviously, given that most teams are more open setups on the line game, they will open the right hand panel rather to be able to contest through and to study. Fury could be locked out completely if they lose.
No, probably not. Given that he is pretty much the sole hard breach. And he holds a lot here for his team in terms of what he brings, because if he dies, then a lot goes wrong. But
I mean, they do have the MP impact, man. So they had this set up to make him work as best.
But no supporting hard breach, no secondary hard breach charges, no ace. So 90 will be a big point, and needs to be a big point here for Fury.
And the first Mr. Punch, who's looking to get up nice and aggressive and dark. Well, Loss will pick to early on into a round. The invaluable in hunting down positioning of these. So now to the drones, Fury will have to adapt and overcome.
Yep. They have only lost to Yana, though, so Not really too much to lose other than maybe the nades, had Dark have any left. But Mr. Punch, he still holds red here with a minute remaining. He's burnt 2 minutes of time. This is great for his team. He does spot the Ash walking towards 90. He does do some good damage too. So he has given the call. And it is relative knowledge now that that person is pushing up towards that position. He does still hold on to red, though. This is massive with only 50 seconds remaining. Still here, live and proud. He is going to be such a large deciding factor, especially if he's allowed to keep getting freebies like this. He's looking for more. Fury, what are you doing? You need to clear this player out.
Yeah, oh my, Mr. Punch. What a connects on the BG, man. And this push.
He's
or
on
in
full.
fact, might even look for the ace. They found his position. They know where Hajime is. There's 20 seconds remaining. Plenty of time to rotate over and try and... Nah, I don't think Elevate or a roster that is that will play it smart. Going to overplay their head. Cleaned up by DCH and the ham comes through as well. And unfortunately, anything is likely for his chance pushing back and defend the bit. Elevate have a solid grasp on Villa right now.
Yeah, especially Villa defense. I mean, I'm sorry, but the fact that Mr. Punch was allowed to live that long on red stairs, he's got 2 ADSs and 2 Wamai magnets. You've got 4 nades alone at that door. That's enough to burn. But then on top of that, you've got Ash charges that weren't used, taken to the grave by I9. You've got flashbangs from BG. You've got Dark on Zofia elsewhere. I mean, there was plenty of utility that could have been dumped over towards those stairs to clear that player out. Not only do you fail to do that, you then concede 4 picks to that one player. I mean, that's got to hurt if you're Fury. I mean, that is just not a mistake you make at this level. Shouldn't be a mistake.
Unfortunately, chance that they don't make it back in the first probably end of the page. But realistically, you get playoffs. That's minimum of what you're wanting anyway. And on top of that, your price at this stage, this deep into the season, is Apex South, because you're that close to making it. It's where, you know, the focus for these Southeast Asians are outside of, you know, in the Apex South competitions. Look, the loss here isn't going to be the be-all and end-all of Europe.
It might just be like a pride herder, Panda, but other than that, it won't be too much in terms of a letdown, really. As you say, they've got APAC South. They've got a lot of other things going on that they do have to sort of pay attention to elsewhere. But this would be a good win for them if they can chalk it up. Definitely be one that they can be happy with at the end of the day. You know, a little bit of a pick-me-up type thing, but Elevate that first round, if it's indicative of what's going to happen from here on out. Mr. Punch is already on 12 kills, so Elevate will probably close it out in the near future.
Yeah, that last round, in and of itself, Punch is capable of when he's got a position in. And, you know, take those positions. If Fury are going to be making Elevate, showing that they will keep punishing. I mean, nothing else, you know, in the pants for Fury. Say, look, well, let's adjust. Let's make sure it doesn't happen again, at least, Matt.
Yeah, if they can at least take something away from it, learn a lesson here or there, at least look to clean some things up going into APAC South play days and even further for OPL playoffs as well. You know, that'd be good for them. But still, there's plenty of time here for both sides. Fury, they're making the most of all 3 minutes that they're given in their attack. Looking to at least make it into the site here. They do have the walls opened up, ready to go. With only 50 seconds, though, this is going to be a squeeze as it's a team fight on site. Onigiri opens it up with 1.
Yeah, for Elevate, it's your Dockerby and your Zophius. It's a lot of utility clear. Third, as well as Iron 9 ops. Lycolis and Hajime a big task, make that just Lycolis, and unfortunately can't do anything. Elevate absolutely storming through the round. Fury, I think Elevate just got the taste here on Villa. I didn't even know if Fury can bring this one back. Momentum that's already there.
Yeah, look, that was a hard round to watch for Fury fans. I mean, Elevate just dismantled them. You do have to give it to Fury. They set it up perfectly. Everything was there for them. They had everything they needed to get in and get that execute off. But Elevate was just there to slam the door back in their face at pretty much every turn. They were waiting and ready. Everyone had open arms, ready to reciprocate. Mr. Punch found some. Sapper found some. It was just an absolute closeout. And Fury, well, yeah, great setup. If the execute flops, then you've got nothing to show for it. Kills, yeah, sure, maybe, but other than that, not much else.
Yeah, I mean, Fury, off of this stage, really sells into that conversation. Good Apex. And the unfortunate thing being, you got to remember, Elevate as a team has been in that conversation for the longest of times. They are arguably the teams to come out of Apex South and Southeast Asia in its entirety, in its history. You got to remember, you got to pay respect to come before.
Yeah, you do. You really do. Overall, Fury have had a really good run. As we said at the start, they were top Apex South. They were top OPL for this season. And they are proving that they can dance with the best of them. Unfortunately, that's not the case yesterday or today, but opening kills like that do show some rays of hope coming through the dark clouds that was the Elevate onslaught earlier on in this matchup.
The start of potential bounce back Fury, taking down Onigiri, especially with that MK14 in hand. One of the most potent combos at roster. And, well, it's traded back. Sapper gets himself out the window. We'll find Lycolis, but his posthumously more. So, again, and that significant advantage, but you've also lost the smoke in that battle. So, Fury, there's big utility that's missing. We didn't really get to touch on it, but his army as well, finally coming into play here on Villa to Elevate.
It's a 3 versus 3. Make that a 3 versus 2 as Mr. Punch finds 2 for himself. But, I mean, Elevate keep finding these kills that are putting them in such winnable positions. We got the Azami as well from DCH finally too. So we are really getting all walks of life here in terms of operator picks. But, I mean, Mr. Punch, he's been having an absolute insane game. 15 and 5 Panther. I mean, it's the same that we saw from Reaps in the Direwolves game, except he's achieved it in 3 less rounds than what we saw from him. So if he keeps going, he could be on for 20 in the night quite easily here. I mean, there's still 2 rounds, possibly more, that he's got to do it. So, but in this 2 versus 3, Fury, they've got 2 on low HP. This is very doable.
Yeah, I mean, workable indeed. But you got to connect your shot. I mean, the F2, that's the gun you'd probably have a situation of here for Fury. A very, very solid 7.62. Unfortunately, no. Oh, there we go. Punch, unfortunately, just a little bit too tall for that deployable shield, and as a result, will just be tapped out to versus 2. But with 15 seconds remaining, Fury have to pull the trigger here. They need to go for the commit, otherwise they find themselves in trouble. Player spotted across the way. BG Man, what a kill! Enable Hajime to tuck into the corner and go for the plant, but DCH is on for the swing. BG Man, and Fury will close that gap to 1 round, denying Elevate the chance to push on the map point.
That was a solid round from Fury. That is a lot more what we're expecting from Fury in these last 2 playdays. Close the gap, start to do things well, and in a situation like that, I mean, you take down Mr. Punch on an angle like that, it's unfair, but he had the high ground, Anakin, and it paid off. It paid dividends. So, look, a round that Elevate could have won. They didn't. Fury do close the gap a little bit. They show us why they need to be up at this level once more, and it is great to see them continuing to just absolutely hammer it out round through round. As we said at the start of the night, Panda, this could be the game that goes to overtime quite easily, provided something doesn't change from now till whenever. But this has the merit to be one of the long ones.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm looking more and more a possibility, but Elevate, I mean, they're the ones that have the opportunity to slam the door shut. BG Man, last minute pick onto the cap would seem Djokovic. Actually, no, Nomad instead. So they are concerned about these flanks and the potential to do some damage. There is... Oh, no. Again, Mr. Punch in this red stairs position. If Elevate are allowed to do what they did last time, Punch is allowed to do this time. Fury seal their own fate and only a matter.
Yeah, I'd imagine so, unless they actually actively clear this player out. But they do still have a lot of utility being bought once again. I mean, 6 flashbangs, 4 nades. You've got on top of that, other utility that you can throw down there to try and distract the Yana clone, have someone flank up the bottom of red. Lots of different avenues for Fury to try and clear that player out, but they didn't do it in the last round. We do see the Fury skin there from BG Man. It's not bad. Dark, however, will open it up. Once more, Mark falls down in the opening moments. And just a sledge to kick things off once more.
The pick you're looking for, the MX4 Storm. You want to get that out of hand as quickly as possible. Which is terrifying with. So, again, last round, them pick, and from there, they position into a victory. If that's anything to go by, we're looking at the side, full rounds minimum. Mr. Punch holding stairs position last time he found 4 for his effort. Now the case not funneling through, making sure that the utility actually hold one.
Yeah, this red position, red player is going to be such a big part of this hold. Given that he was so scary last round, but there you go, the utility does start to come early. Nade doesn't follow it straight back though, and he's going to be rewarded with a kill. He's got the pings onto the second as well, and I mean, Panda, how is he allowed to thrive in this position? He's actually going to get away as well, but there you go, finally caught on the rotate out. Fury have learned their lesson and played into the mistakes that Elevate have made.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can understand why Fury did what they did. They sent just because he was already tagged, so he didn't have huge amount of health left to him at the moment. But Sapper, it's the second time I've seen him send it outside defensive half. Both times he's got it. This time he gets away with it. About a claymore whatsoever. I think he gets it a 2-3. Hajime brings it back to the 2 versus 2. But you look at Fury's health. This is bullet CH. Fine, and they've both got the health bars to make this one. With no time remaining, Hajime has to commit to the now. Throws down DCH with the lineup for the round. Elevated the all but scot-free. They will be able to push on to match point. One more.
Hear me out, Panda. Claymore double. We go on to 5-5. That would have been kind of funny. But it didn't happen. Nonetheless, Hajime, no claymores down, means that, that kill after it came out was pretty much it for the Fury round, Fury Hope. But that was a lot better from them in clearing out that position. I mean, the red clear was insanely fast. And then moving on to the site, they were pretty much in without a real question. Other than a couple of things went wrong for them. Sapper on the run out. Again, no support on the player over towards trophy side. Did take a lot of that presence away. That round, hands down, I would say, would have been won by Fury had they still had the player on the balcony there, study side. But Sapper made a big play there for Elevate. It paid off and ultimately won them the round. But they now hold match point, so they've got 2 rounds to play with here. Fury have 2 rounds to make something happen, a miracle at that for themselves. But if Elevate win this, it pretty much cements them a non-return to the top of the leaderboard. Elevate won't take their spot, so they will still be stuck in 3rd. But even in saying that, you know, they're not too far off behind Fury. If Fury lose another game at some point in the next few playdays, we could see them go down to that 3rd place, but 110% Fury are guaranteed playoffs. So I guess they're not too worried at the end of the day how these next few playdays pan out, I guess.
Yeah, like diving into the next couple of playdays. Okay, hold up. I heard some talk about my microphone. I've just unmuted. I'm going to because it is sounding atrocious.
Okay. While Blue Panda does that, we'll do some filling in. Fury have made their way into the building, and they're starting to clear things out as per usual. But, I mean, we spoke about this briefly just before Panda decided to leave.
Well,
they're not too worried. He's back.
Yeah, I'll see how that is. I think it may have picked up the wrong input, but either way... yeah, it did. It's picked up the wrong input. That's why I was sounding so bad. We fixed it out. We're good to go. We'll carry on. The round is well and truly underway. 1 minute and 5 Bert. They lose Dark immediately and Elevate get themselves a big lead.
Look at that angle. They're set up great here. Onigiri's the bait, and Dark's the one to find the shots, but it's Onigiri that lands that one. The nade comes through. It forces him out of the way. He's getting shots fired to him on all angles. But, I mean, this is the site over towards Kitchen. Onigiri finds another inside of Living here, and Fury are very quickly dwindled down to only 2. Panda, I don't think we expected Fury to lose the last round like this, but still, this is a great setup from Elevate, and Fury are genuinely stumped on how to attack it.
Yeah, Elevate just seemed to have the better understanding. Onigiri for a triple there. He's going to lock it out rather cleanly. Lycolis, I mean, what do you do in the situation? Absolutely nothing. DCH takes the round flawlessly for Elevate and Fury. Their chances at claiming first place back in the group stage are all but in the bin. Now their focus turns to Apex South, making the major and playoffs.
Yeah, look, Elevate have a long slog ahead of them, Panda, but hopefully one that they can achieve within relative straightforwardness. You know, the matches they've been playing as of recent have been relatively well done, but games like that do sort of highlight where there are some things that do need to be changed for Elevate in terms of what they're doing mid-round to late round, just small, things like that we see that, you know, maybe we pick on that a little bit too much, unfortunately, sometimes. But it's what our job is, you know. We break these things down for our quote-unquote proverbial living. But other than that, business as usual. Elevate, lock it out. No real questions. I mean, they were the pick for pretty much everyone, I believe, coming into this matchup. A lot of people. 3 had picked Fury, 2 had picked Elevate. So I think I'd picked Elevate. I might be wrong. Either way, they win it. So
yeah, look. Again, I think maybe the argument could be made that Fury have focus elsewhere. Yeah, I mean, look, you could even put it down to the fact that you got a couple of players back in the Elevate house now, and that's making all the difference. Either way, Elevate definitely showed up tonight. Something was in the water for them. They played a far better siege. There is no denying that. Their siege was superior tonight. Fury, it wasn't like they played badly. They didn't. They played as well as they could, but unfortunately, Elevate are on a pilgrimage almost to prove that they are still the best in the region and Apex best hope at international events.
Yeah, look, Elevate have proven time and time again that they are one of the best teams from our region. And just quickly, I have gone and checked. All of us had picked Fury, aside from Black and Blue. So hats off to him. He was the one who beat the odds tonight. I was going to pick Elevate. I should have picked Elevate. But, well, you can't double down. Unfortunately, Blue Panda. Giveaway is still afoot for everyone in chat.
Yeah, make sure you're getting your hashtags in chat because we'll be rolling one of those in just a moment. You don't want to be missing out, especially we got to see a bit of a showcase of those esports skins in at the moment. Elevate and Fury both have theirs in the game currently, and you can use those packs to buy those partner program skins, so make sure you're getting on it as well. Not to mention, obviously, the pins pretty cool as well. They are out of the Koyo shop as well. But, I mean, Proto, 3 matches done. Elevate, I would hesitate to call it an upset, just proving once again why they are in the the conversation for the best in the region. But you've got a final match coming up very, very soon. Gaming Gladiators versus Champion. Even if Elevate can boot and rally and bring their best Siege, what do you reckon? What are the odds that Champion can do the same, potentially take a map away from the Gaming Gladiators?
If they play like they did yesterday, not high. I would not put any money on it whatsoever. However, if Gaming Gladiators have returned back to somewhat more of a structured side, Champion, I rate the chances. It could definitely be done. It will be a difficult game, to say the least, but it's one that is an achievable feat for them, given that they are finding themselves now in that sort of top end of the leaderboard. I mean, they're 4th right now. They're above Gaiman, theoretically. If Gaiman win this, they will overtake them for that top 4 place and not lock themselves in, but they'll be putting themselves in a pretty good position to do so. So, do I rate the chances for Champion? Probably not. I do see Gaiman taking 4th place here from them tonight, but I guess we'll find out in game number 4.
Yeah, it all sort of comes down to the final couple of play days, I think. I don't see anyone sort of locking things in off of tonight's play. But, I mean, it's exciting stuff. It makes for even more engaging Siege, of course. So we're going to be throwing it to a break. When we come back, we jump on into our final match of the evening. The Gaming Gladiators taking on Champion to see who holds that 4th place spot. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in a cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. Was hit hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men. Say again, Grim. I'm going in.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server? QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 3 matches done, 1 to go, and seems that everyone, bar Black and Blue, just absolute in the bin brains. We don't know what's going on. Black and Blue knew exactly what was going on with the Elevate pick, but there is one dissenting voice coming into our final match, Brodo. Champion. The call has been made. Infian reckons that they can do it here over the Gaming Gladiators, where the rest of us are not so confident in their abilities.
Yeah, look, as I said just before the break, Panda, it's going to be something short of a miracle that wins champion this game, because GG were on fire yesterday. I mean, I don't think I can put into words how hard Fury lost that game. And GG were not trying. It was very evident that they were having fun with it. They were running around. They were peeking corners with shields. Things like that, running around with Deagle only, one taps with pistols, stuff like that, that was just very indicative of we're having fun with it. And Fury got 7-1. So that's a pretty big statement to make in any regards. That's a tier 1 team that you're essentially toying with. So if Champion can win tonight, hats off to them, but I don't rate the chances at all. I'm sorry, Infian. That pick is not looking good for a return investment.
Yeah, look, I think confidence is key. Confidence is great. But, I mean, you Gaming Gladiators, they've just come back from Berlin, obviously, with that major. I say just come back. It's been a while. But they obviously got to go to Berlin, got to show what they were capable of. Unfortunately, it wasn't the greatest of runs, but they were there. I mean, it's international experience. They've got some incredibly capable members in this roster. Champion are fresh to the scene in the grand scheme of Southeast Asia. So, I mean, realistically, if you look at the numbers alone, this should be a pretty done and dusted deal.
Yeah, I mean, just what everyone brings from GG. I mean, Tolji Ape, Joe, Hoven. We do have Super Zaddy coming in tonight as a sub for GG.
Well, I believe he's core. He's been playing for the most part this season.
Okay. Well, he wasn't playing yesterday. From memory, I may be very wrong. Actually, I think I am wrong. I don't know. My memory is not very good.
I think Rex
it's
is
early
the
in the morning.
sub, Super Zaddy's core, so they sort of just
Okay,
interchange.
yeah, gotcha. Yeah, interchange. It's 1:30 in the morning. My apologies. But yeah, regardless of that fact, regardless of me having a moment, great roster, absolutely insane. Hove and a highlight. I mean, almost 110 to his name for this season alone. GG are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, most definitely. Again, I think there was. I don't necessarily know if there was sort of like a big announcement, big hurrah made about it on socials as to whether Rix was still core or what's going on. So I think potentially it's even still up in the air there. But right now, yeah, look, Gaming Gladiators. Again, I've said it a couple of times. Potentially suffering post LAN debuff that has been going on for a couple of teams in the competition at the moment. But I mean, they're still an incredibly capable team, even on a bad day.
Yeah, indeed. And as I said, they were playing with their food a little bit yesterday, but I don't actually think that was an issue that was something that they struggled with. They were having a lot of fun with it. But Champion, their game yesterday was also quite an interesting one. It wasn't a very It wasn't a very long one. It was 7-3 to them, victory, but it was over a strafe on Clubhouse. So coming into this match, obviously, it's a little bit different. A slightly changed field. However, very similar deciding map. I will not ruin too much until we see the map data come up on screen, but it's going to be a good game, I think. It's going to be a good field for Champion to at least test their luck.
Yeah, so hopefully, I mean, look, again, Crit J, he's the one that stands out the most in this roster, consistently putting up numbers. He's going to crack 100 tonight. There's no two ways about it. He is going to 100% crack 100 kills tonight.
Now that you've said it, he's dropping a donut.
There's absolutely no way that a player like Crit J drops a goose egg tonight.
No.
He's just too capable. You've also got Solodic, who he's almost at that 1.0 KD. They are individually gifted. They mechanically have this skill they need to contest Gaming Gladiators. But it's that added depth, that strategic side of the game which they're still coming to grasp with.
It's something that they struggle with a small amount. However, Champion have been doing really well. They've found themselves in a good position on the leaderboard so far, to the point where they are locked in for one of the top spots, possibly playoffs.
Yeah, and there you go. We're going to be going Oregon back to basics again, it would seem. I mean, one of these staples again in the competition, in APAC, in ANZ. I mean, in this hemisphere, it would seem. So this should be a safe spot for both these teams to bring their absolute A game. But I mean, again, it's Gaming Gladiators. They had the option. They figured that this was the better of the two. So there must be at least some level of confidence coming into this.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a comfort pick as well, Panda. I mean, Oregon is definitely a map that pretty much every team at this point, if you can't play Oregon, what are you doing in Tier 2, Tier 1 Siege? This is a staple competitive map. Has been for a while, even after the rework. Even before the rework, it was a staple competitive map. But regardless of that factor, Champion have showed that they're proficient on these sort of staple maps. Yesterday, Clubhouse, perfect example, 7-3. But on the flip side of that, GG have proven time and time again that they are also very comfortable on those bog standard sort of picks that are those staple map choices, the Oregons, the Clubhouses, the Cafes, etc., etc. Villa and Chalet as well, even if you were to dabble. But as I said, this map is going to be the perfect grounds where Champion are going to have some ability to do some good damage to Gaiman. We are going to be going to Oregon. They're going to get the defense first as well, which is even better. Thatcher to go. The rest of the bands probably going to follow suit. Maybe the Flores, could be something else, but Valkyrie is a given. Mirror, I would probably also rate pretty high to go in these bands just here now.
I mean, even in saying that, in Operations League, we've seen Mirror let through on Oregon. Dockerby, understandable with what she offers currently. in competitive Siege. Just makes a lot of sense. But where they go on the defense, I mean, 100% I'm expecting the Mirror. I think we've probably leaned towards the Kaid more than the Mirror at the moment, but we've seen stranger and more surprising things in competitive Siege as of late. And there we go, the Valkyrie, as you would expect. I mean, I think I've seen more maps where Azami was let through than Valkyrie at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I will agree
Speaking
with you
of
there. But Azami's, I was going to say Azami's not going to get through too far tonight on Oregon. Apparently, she is taken off the board. Mirror left up, but again, doesn't really mean too much. I don't think. Azami's a big one though. Azami is a big one, especially in Oregon, given how prominent she has become since her inception in competitive. But Echo and Smoke, a lot of denial straight away from Champion here. They're expecting Gaming Gladiators to come hard and fast.
On top of all of that, they bring the Warden as well. So, I mean, look at it. You got the Kaid, you got the Echo, you got the Smoke, you got the Warden and the Jaeger. Just the amount of, counterplay is kind of mind-boggling.
Yeah. They're expecting a lot, and Champion are one of these smart teams as well. They will have 100% gone and done their own VOD reviews last night and paid very close attention to what was done in yesterday's matchup, what Gaming Gladiators were doing, how they were playing, and everything along the lines of, those types of things. They will have done the review. They will know that that's how they're going to play a map like Oregon, jump outs, rushes, etc. GG have completely flipped the script, though. They've got a Flores now. They've got a Maverick as well, paired with a Knock. I mean, this is going to be a great push from them, provided Champion aren't already expecting it, which they somewhat are.
There's nothing been brought in terms of drones and arms, so there's no Mute, there's no Mozzie. I mean, Mozzie not necessarily a high priority pick on this map, but there we go. First, Rotero comes out. It's cleared with the M590 in the hands of Solotic. And, Labyrinth is the first at IRP, filing the opening pick onto the Warden, and all of a sudden, the pick that you've brought to bear on this basement defense that can see through the smokes and deal with all the flashbangs is gone, not to mention they clear out the Jaeger as well.
Yeah, they've done well. Overall, game and hyper aggression. It's a minute in. They've already found two. Tolji now opening up the hatch side of meeting. He could actually possibly see the feet here, but Solotic at least trades back. So Gaiman have made good time. They've made great time, actually. Hatch opened up, 2 picks under their belts. Champion Fire with 1 back of their own. Flores is a big kill to find, actually, but other than that, they haven't really achieved too much else. I mean, look at Solotic, look at Parrot. Both of those players on quite low HP. They do get 1 for consolidation, but it's pretty much it.
Yeah. Potentially we see something out of Parrot that could be big. They've got 2 Toxic Canisters and Nitro Cell as well on top of the Yokai drones. I think positioning will be the determining factor whether or not Parrot actually has an impact on the round. Artilla Claw spotted, told you, taking some big damage there. Maybe unnecessarily trying to clear out the Artilla Claw. And Crit J should have that info here in the bullets. Ricocheting off the metal there. So Nitro Cell in play. Does he go for a gambit towards the hatch, but not to be? Parrot as well covering the cross. You look at the positioning. They're playing mind games at the moment, trying to think 2 steps ahead of their opponents.
Tolji does kick it off, finds one onto Solotic to remain here for Champion. The flashbang does force Crit to peek on round, gives him away. Tolji there to clean him up. Full white screen. Parrot now left in a 1v3. He finds one onto Joe. He looks for the second, but it's Tolji for all the remaining members of Champion. He cleans them up. Game and Gladiators start the round off with a good opening pick and then follow through all the way to the end to find the rest as well. A great opening round from them. And again, hyper aggression. Champion not as ready as they would have hoped.
Yeah, look, it wasn't a complete blowout of a round. So we've seen worse to start maps off, but at least Champion know that they can take gunfights. They had somewhat the right idea in that situation down for the basement hold, but we do see a bit of an adjust. Parrot going to be bringing the Wemai this time around, so they've gotten rid of the Warden. They bring a Mozzie. Oh, sorry, not Muzzy. Mute the other one. The other M operator that denies drones.
Smoke?
Close enough, yeah.
Yes.
It's all the same, really.
Yeah, they've all got the same leotard on. Especially the SAS guys.
I mean, if you really break it down, they're all just ones and zeros.
Exactly. Pixels and ones and zeros and all this deeper than life meaning stuff that we don't have degrees to talk about, Panda. But still, albeit he denies drones, he does something. He gets it done. And with Flores on the board, you arguably need a mute. You need a Mozzie. Both might even be cool, but Champion only opting for the one this time.
Interesting approach. Arpe going to be bringing the Armaru here. And what we've seen recently from APAC teams is, full send with the Gyro hook up to T3, get control of tower, push down, get tower stairs control. So it'll be interesting to see if that is the approach that Arpe goes for, if he might even send it different side of the building. He's got no drones to his name, so realistically, he's only good for shooting and stunning right now.
Yeah, look, it's still enough that you'd need. I thought he was going to fall off.
I did too.
I thought he was all the way down onto the floor. It would be cool if you could Gyro hook midair. Can I talk to someone about that? Is there someone I can email about getting that change added?
I was talking to Cthulhu about it. I mean, how much more competitively viable would Armory be if she could Gyro hook halfway up a wall? So you Gyro onto repel, and you'd be like right next to a window to be able to contest an angle. Like, that would be insane.
Like, think of just the rotations. I mean, guys, bang straight on repel. Like, I don't know. I feel like it'd be kind of crazy, but I feel like we'll never see it in our lifetime, if not ever at all. But regardless of that, Amaru is here, trying to do some damage. Now, Labyrinth has survived that first nade. He's looking for the second. Or is that a Candela, sorry? But I guess it doesn't really matter when the M590 is what you have to come up against.
Arpe Antology, though, do find two backs. A lot it gone, power it gone. Farlord in a lot of trouble with next to no health. He's going to be swung on. Zaddy probably taking more damage than he should have in that situation, but it doesn't matter. Tolji's found another one. It is down to Labyrinth. He's got a Nitro cell. Potentially could make a play off of the shotgun of the SMG-11. He spotted the shoulder, but he can't connect the shots. We'll find Arpe in the end, but Tolji's found a third. He's just continuously roaming around, hunting for the numbers.
I mean, we got very brief views of a lot of the champion people. You have to give it to the Observer there. Very well done. Every gunfight they took, they got them down to 1 HP and then disappeared. Gone. Wiped off the face of the earth by a GG player. And it's, I don't know, it just highlights a lot that even if you hit all your shots, the headshot is always the one you want. You could shoot him 4, 5, 6 times, nothing. One headshot and it's lights out. I mean, that was highlighted. Zaddy told you all he hit in that round was heads. And it made the big difference. He survived 2 different gunfights. But that's where mechanics checking comes in. I mean, GG on a mechanics level, purely on a mechanics level. Forget everything else. No strategy, no competitive experience, none of that. Just mechanics. Everyone on Gaming Gladiators is insane. And I say that without any other choice words. Insane. And it is just, you see it round after round, and it's awesome to watch.
Yeah, I mean, they were already a pretty scary roster as the Roosters, and they add Joe. I mean, formerly of the peak Invictus era, and it just gets that much scarier than they get signed by the Gaming Gladiators, and look at them now. They are on the comeback train, looking to push back and prove that they went you for a very, very good reason. And look, more than anything, I think this is just an opportunity for them to flex a little bit on a team that isn't an APAC South, and I suppose beat up on the local competition.
I mean, you say that though, but they were doing it yesterday to Fury. So I mean, if Gaming Gladiators had a slogan, it would be "These hands are rated E for everybody," because they just run fades if you get into their lobby, and they just do absolute bits in the server. But right now it's a slower round. Arpe has taken a lot of damage as well on the opening moments. So they've toned it back a little bit for this round.
Yeah. Hoven being droned actively. Should be able to clear all the way up towards Trophy. Walk-in wardrobe as well. Going to be pot nice and early on. Parrot, the first victim of the F2 there. As Hoven takes some pretty advanced positioning. Arpe as well going in hard with the Candelas. Poor Firelord tucked into the corner and Pit. No idea what's going on because he can't see. Gaming Gladiators are just going to full collapse on the site. So like at least we'll get one back onto Super Zaddy. But at this point, they're already on site. Labyrinth getting deep towards the action before being taken down. Another trade to come back through. It is Solotic alone. He's got a Nitro Cell. He's going to look for the angle in the corner. Zulu finds Joe. A double for him. And a 1 versus 2. Manager will make that a 1 versus 1 as it's just Hoven alone.
Over the last, he closes it out. Solotic falls, game and lock in a third. Again, Pan, I don't really think it was any real question at this point, but look, Gaming Gladiators, they are just dominating. As we expected, we said it coming into this. Do we think the champion can do it? We said it's not realistic, and, well, it definitely isn't realistic right now. Not much has come out of the champion camp, unfortunately, in this match at the moment. There has been a couple of glimmering moments where players have attempted to go huge. They've done a lot of damage. They haven't quite got the kills, stuff like that. But it is just GG in and out. They are doing really, really well, round in, round out. And, as we said, expected pretty much from the get-go that this was going to be how it played out. And I think that, realistically speaking, this is going to be a pretty quick one. 7-2, 7-1, possibly a 7-0 if GG can keep that up.
Speaking of 7-0s, told you at the moment 7-0-2 has yet to die here. Was down in that last round, not killed, so he was still technically around. But at the moment, it's been very accelerated. It's been hyper-aggressive. We do see Joe sit in the armor. We see a Glaz. We see a Blitz. We see a Blackbeard. It is all coming out to play here for the Gaming Gladiators. Oh, boy, it's Supernova Armoru time.
Shotgun on the Amaru. We got the Blitz as well from Hoven here. It's going to be a rush through blue. And they're just straight in. They're not even messing around. Crit J finds one. Solotic takes out the Blitz, and very quickly, just like that, everything goes wrong. Zaddy does find one on a Crit J, so at least they trade something back. But you've lost 2 on entry. Told you gets his first death. You've got the shield there as well that you have to deal with. A lot of damage there from one shot of that DMR.
Oh, boy.
But at this point, Joe's going to come in from behind. He finds one. They trade it out. This is a winnable position here for the remaining 2. Arpe and Zaddy could definitely win this if they wanted to.
Maybe, again, hubris in the situation. Gaming Gladiators like, oh, we got a 3-0 lead. Let's have a bit of fun. They throw away the round. Arpe just checking around that corner. Has the shield equipped. Super Zaddy there as well. They've got the positioning. It's a 3 versus 2. This is feasibly doable, but you're limited on what information you can find on top of it.
Look, a 3 versus 2 is probably as good as it gets. Zaddy walks down. He will be spotted by the first, but there you go. The crossfires held by Champion make it just that little bit more difficult. He will fall. He leaves it all up to Arpe. He does have Blackbeard. He does have a DMR. He's wary of the Echo drones. He doesn't know exactly where they are. He will finally spot it, and unfortunately can't quite hit it due to the double vision. You can at least find one to trade out. The 1v2 is winnable. Very winnable, actually, for someone of his mechanical prowess. But given that he has to face check into blue here on the cross angle, he is just going to choose to deagle it across. He does make it deep. He does spot one as well. But unfortunately doesn't win the fight towards the shield. Solotic cleans it up. And Champion, they do find their first.
Definitely feels a little bit like a throwaway round there for the Gaming Gladiators. Having that advantage and just saying, you know what, throwing caution to the wind, going for the full commit and losing it the way they did. You got to respect the attempt at a rush, but unfortunately it did not pay out in any significant way.
No, it didn't, unfortunately, Panda. But aside from that, I think Gaiman were sort of just keen to have some fun with it for a moment, see how it panned out for them. Unfortunately, it may not have been exactly the outcome that they wanted. Regardless of that, you know, it's only one round. In the grand scheme of things, they are still yet to defend. This is a defender-sided map. The fact that Champion only have one round is definitely going to be a hurting factor for them going forward, unless they can find the next two to make it a 3-3. But that is best case scenario, and that's for Champion. Best case for Gaiman is a 5-1 on the split, which I believe is actually what they achieved yesterday in their game against Fury. Indeed, it is. So, you know, repeat offences. Gaiman are definitely looking guilty as charged, but Champion still have some hope. They are a high-rated team, so hopefully we can take a couple rounds away before they go down kicking and screaming.
Gaiman, though, again, it feels like maybe a bit of a full-send lineup. You've got the Finker and the Ying. So you are going to have the ability to just fully commit through a window and into the site itself. Zaddy looking to clear out the camp. Didn't quite realise that there was a player a little bit deeper. I think playing on that vert angle there in Trophy, but it would have been a tight angle to actually see and contest. No, actually, maybe I think that's over towards Attic, so I think the angle's just slightly off there.
Well, either or. Oh, Zaddy, that's a shot to hit. What an angle as well. Firelord. Unfortunate. Tries to get away with his life, and unfortunately does not make it. Zaddy will be traded out pretty much instantly from the bottom of main. That is good to see for Champion. Playing for that trade. Hang on a minute. Hoven's inside of the site. I don't know how this has happened, but he's going to come up on the backside of Labyrinth, take him out. He's got full site control. No one's on site. One player has just come up to the top of white and rotated in towards games, but at this point it's already lost. Hoven has control of everything. He can call for a double window plan here, Panda. GG hold a massive amount of control right now, other than losing the diffuser.
Yeah, jumping into Crit Jade, not quite the play there. Honestly, you'd be wanting to send it through the Kidstorm's window, if at all, to try and get in. Joe with this massive box mag is going to find and cut down Zalot. Crit Jade tucked into the corner, known quantity. But can they get anything from him? Hoven just pushes in aggressively, finds the kill. It's on to Power it at the top of Armory Stairs, by the door. Spots Hoven in the rotate. And unfortunately, Arpe finds the kill with the pistol. So we will have a call for the TAC timeout, understandably.
I thought he hit that hipfire headshot there. I was about to lose it. Oh my. But this is exactly what I was talking about. These teams are not using their tactical timeouts. Champion have chosen, my brain no worky. They have opted in to that utility. They want to use it. But I mean, look at the difference here. Right side of your screen, you've got Champion. They are into it. They're talking. They are trying to figure out what's going on. Labyrinth looks visibly a little bit upset. But you looked over to the left just at the start of that timeout. Everyone in gaming, laughing, smiling, having fun. They're loving it. They're just running around. They're doing their thing. But that is exactly what they do the best. They are loving life right now, and that is a big difference. It shows in the round count. 4-1. Champion have only got one off the back of, let's be honest, a charity round from GG. So do they give them any more charity? That's a big question, Panda. They might. They've got a Carly locked in for this round, so unless that's genuinely a part of the strat. I mean, look, Champion are going to go upstairs once more to give it another try, but even with diffuser control, even with making it back into the site, they didn't achieve too much, unfortunately, in that last round.
Well, they've doubled down on the sniper play, as Hoven is currently hovering the Glaz. So I think we might just see the Carly Glaz combo, the infamous Carly Glaz combo, which everyone knows is such a staple of competitive Siege, coming into play here.
Yeah, the double sniper. No other interesting gun choices, though. We don't see thermite shotgun or anything crazy like that. But the Carly is interesting. Glaz with the Gon 6-2 on the rappel here is also quite interesting.
They're going to shoot the window out for him. So trying not to reveal, but Farlord says, my sniper's better. His first kill of the game. And he takes down Tovin. Also, Crit J has cracked his 100th kill of the season.
There you go. This is my sniper. But Ape has a bigger sniper. And he's looking to use it. I think he knows that there's someone inside of security here. And if he doesn't, he's going to find out pretty quickly. He is just waiting for the drop-off, I believe, the rotate. And the rest of his team to push that player out towards him. Need to be prepped. This could be big.
Super Zeddy baiting the classroom window. No way. Oh,
that's a shame. That could have been good. If that had hit, that would have been great. Ape is still in such a huge position. I mean, look at him here. If you can find this player on the hatch, that's going to be massive. But they're both just toying with the idea of just going to drop first.
It's a shame it wasn't an armory pick, because maybe something could happen, but no. Right now, Tolji catches Labyrinth, almost flicks onto the second. But Farlord, the MK14, just a little bit better in a pinch. Joe going to walk straight past security, up white stairs. How much info do they have? Because Crit J is still there in security currently. But the nano boost, the adrenal surge to come through from Joe. Crit J still not going to give up his position just yet. But Joe has been allowed to walk in, finds the final shots onto Farlord. Last adrenal surge in. He's just waiting. No! Siege timing at its finest, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a lot of kits that. Takes him down. Now, Ape coming towards the bottom of white. He's hitting the controller walk here. And he's punished for it, quite frankly. Not too sure what the strategy was there. Albeit, it's all up to Super Zaddy. He hit a great shot in the last round. He knows where two of them are, but that's not all of them. And he's only got 25 seconds to make it happen. Unfortunately for GG, I think it's going to be a half here, but I don't really think they're too worried about it, to be honest. Unless Zaddy can go huge here. I mean, he's done a lot of damage. Almost flicked on the unfortunately that shield. A little bit too strong where it's situated. And look, champion fine too, but with GG really trying that hard in that round?
I mean, look, double sniper setup. Not quite, I think, in all honesty. And I think Champion, if they're being honest with themselves there, that it likely wasn't a full force Gaming Gladiators approach in that round. So they're going to go say, look, 4-2, we'll take it. Now it's our turn to show up on the attack, bring it as serious as we possibly can. But Gaming Gladiators, now the defense, their campaign begins to close out the map.
Well, this is where they shine. This is where they are the most comfortable. They love the defense, love a cheeky defense. They get very aggressive. I'm expecting Spawn Peaks Panda. I'm expecting people to be outside. And I'm expecting pretty much every window to be open on the map. Because that's what they did to Fury. And it worked. I feel like Champion will be very similar in how they sort of crumble when they're faced with that kind of pressure. But I do see the Amaru. I do see the Amaru Panda.
Do you see Arpe's primary weapon?
I do also see that, yes. But Super 90 is different. Trust.
Look, we know Gaming Gladiators are a big fan of a cheeky D. But right now...
Is he pistol spawn peeking?
Yeah, he's dead, though.
Yeah, he was.
He was. Unfortunately, not going to find much of anything. Respect! Where respect is due, I suppose.
Look, he tried. Nitro Deep does some damage to Solodic, but that is about it. No kill, unfortunately, there for Gaiman. So they've lost one, they haven't found one. And look, that's not a great trade-off. But ultimately, I guess it's something. Tolji will, however, find one. That's a Thermite too. That is big. Because now the main wall is not going to get opened up, even if they want it to. Even if they will, it's so hard to open up. Unless Firelord rotates over and uses his utility to open it up. Which I highly doubt will be the case, but might have to, given that they've lost that high bridge. Yeah, no, okay, nope. He's just not going to bother. Nope.
The attic, obviously, it was decided was far more impactful. Okay, Fine's told you with a G8, just swings it and flicks it, and well, that's all roasted, toasted, packaged, and posted to the Gaming Gladiators. They've got 3 remaining, so they have the numbers and the guns to be able to do this, but Champion given far more than I think they were initially entitled to in this round.
Yeah, 110%. I feel like this is a little bit more indicative of what could be achieved by Champion. Joe, however, is sort of just flexing the set right now. Hoven as well, getting deep into it. He finds 2 with a shotgun. Parrot does trade back for 2 of his own, though. Finds himself in a 1v1 against Joe. However, him on 1 HP, Joe on 100. Frostmat's still in the game as well. Parrot's going to have to be careful where he steps. Also, Diffuser not in his control. Means that Joe does have the beneficiary here. Nades to come out, unfortunately not in the right places either. So, unfortunately, this means that Parrot is going to have to take the gunfight at face value.
Yeah. They will know now, obviously, the camera's gone, so they know exactly where he's going to be coming from. It's all incredibly telegraphed. He's going to have to hit that initial headshot. Opens up the rotate into the bedroom. Really wondering where these Frostmats are. Because they...
top main.
Yeah, look, I think it's too little too late. He's given away the game here. He's got 15 seconds left. What do you find? He's going to get that diffuser control back, but Joe has his number. Pre-fire, spots the hand. Yeah, nice one. Simple as.
There you go. That's all she wrote. I don't even think Joe would have won. I don't even think Parrot would have won that, even if he was the best player in the world, because unfortunately, if you spot it out on 1 HP and you get hit once, usually that would mean that you died, Panda. And that's pretty much all he did in the end of that round there. Regardless of that factor, though, it was a bit of a shame to see it end that way, but regardless of that, Gaming are 1 away from finding themselves match points so early. Told you's 1 off a double digits. I mean, this is just a standard Gaming Gladiators evening.
Business as usual. They head down to the basement here. Nothing crazy. Although, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Arpe. I told you. Okay, never mind. M870 for Arpe.
We did see him use the M870 yesterday as well. And we did actually see him collect a kill with it yesterday as well. Or was it Hoven? Someone used it yesterday from Gaming Gladiators and collected some kills with it. So it is a gun that they favour. One that they're quite happy using. Little pre-play smoke here from Hoven. Expecting a rush, possibly. Whether or not that's a valid expectation, I'm not sure. He will go and retrieve that utility, it seems, though.
Understandable, given that
understandable.
The Vulcan dead pack's just gone on. So they now know that...
2 there.
Probably. I would not be surprised in the slightest. Joe has 1 in the pocket. So where this last one is, I wouldn't be surprised if Arpe just plays this entire round with the pistol and probably finds a kill, or if not 2. But already, I mean, you can feel the hesitation. Champion aren't willing to push into this, knowing full well that there's just some Gaming Gladiator shenanigans going on.
I mean, look at them. They're all running around like crazy. And Champion has no control over the backside of the map. Crit J does find 1, though. Arpe, unfortunately, the pistol not working out for him in that instance. And the rest of GG are going to opt to go straight back to the site, which is probably the smart shout. Half the round has been elapsed. They haven't found a kill. And this is where they thrive, just on site, holding these crossfires, playing off each other's information. And Champion have struggled to really do anything about it on their attacking half here. I mean, well, you see how it's panned out for them, Panda, at the moment. Gaming have got it on lock.
They really do. And it's very much a case of their own shortcomings that have cost them the rounds that they have lost, because they have overstepped the mark or overextended themselves, or just downright full sent it into a situation that they were never going to win, because blitz tanking a Saria gate and then just getting shot tends to be a bad result in a round for most teams.
Yeah, again, charity from GG, but either or. Only 45 remains. Champion are going to have to go for an execute, which means they are going to have to force towards Gambin, and this is going to work out for them great, especially if Crit's going to walk around and find 3. He's on for 5. You can find the remaining 2. Hoven does get 1. However, Lebrunth will steal the ace, and Hoven's also going to put an end to it. Had he found Parrot there, that would have been a clip, because he would have been on for the clutch, but unfortunately for GG, it was not meant to be. Champion will find that round and find a third for themselves. Ultimately, no match point for GG just yet.
Oh dear, excuse me. It's just gone 4 o'clock in the morning here in New Zealand, so pardon the yawn. But yeah, 5-3. Champion had the opportunity to bring it within 1. As we head back down to the basement, they're going to try it again.
Yep. And a little bit more serious this time. No M870 Jaeger. We do have Arpe jumping over onto the mute.
I suppose shotgun is kind of no longer a troll when you're playing the mute.
No, exactly. It's the proper site setups, and not running around with, which you probably will do. But overall, you know, this is definitely a little bit more of a standard lineup, I would say. Even then, the lineup that they had last round wasn't exactly, you know, weird or anything. It was just M870 Jaeger when the 416 is as good as it is. A couple of question marks.
And the Super 90 Malusi pistol spawn peaked the round before.
Oh, well, okay. Well, yeah, but we don't talk about that.
Well, it doesn't matter. Tolji has claimed first blood in the round. So look down, that's your Maverick. So your support hard breach, your secondary hard now gone, leaving it in the hands of Labyrinth, and you got minimal to no setup for those hatches, which could be a bit bleak.
Yeah, that'd be rough. Be quite rough, actually. But still,
oh dear.
Even then, Panda, this has been an interesting game, to say the least. To the point where you're yawning, I've almost lost my voice. I mean, it's all happening.
There's always got to be one team in the competition.
They're just having a party on site.
They are barricading everything they possibly can. Will be droned out, so they know that there is likely a lot of presence down on the site itself. Crit J looking to clear things out. I mean, Labyrinth's got a lot of work to be doing here as the Sabana. Got hatches to clear out any walls. Oh god, of course Tolji's going to aggress. Of course, he's not stopping. He's still going. He's going to look for the fight. Parrot's there in classroom. Parrot is about to run out and die. Yeah, there we go. Of course.
Okay. He's going to get away with it too. They're going to think, oh, he's run down main. He's going to find another. That's 3 for him in the round. He's looking for more. There's another one there. He was so close to that headshot. My God. He's lucky that he's sharp. Crit J this is. But at this point, the damage is done, Panda. That's 3 big kills. That's you shouldn't let that happen.
Tolji is the living embodiment of just never let your opponent know what you're going to do next. It's okay. All right. Labyrinth, he got given...
Okay?
He got given the opportunity, but unfortunately wasn't able to take it. Crit J on for the ace clutch once again. Little pop nade. Swung out on by Zaddy, who capitalizes for the second kill. And
okay.
Why am I not surprised?
It's just BM at this point, guys. Come on. It's not even a meme. Look at them. They're just sitting back in their chairs. They're stretching. Super Zaddy, he looks like he's about to fall asleep. He's comfy. I do have to admit, I'm in a very similar position right now in my chair, posture-wise. But, yeah, I don't know. There's not really too much for us to read into on this tactical timeout, Panda, if I'm being brutally honest with you. Yeah.
No, what do you mean? Peak tactical timeout.
GG go next.
GG go next. JG are about to go next. They've got the rook. And Arpe... I mean... Okay, no, never mind. It's a clash instead that he's hovering. So he is just sort of going operator roulette.
Guys, figure out.
Yeah, he's trying to justify his actions.
Trying to convince it.
There we go. It looks like we are going to be getting the clash. Super Shotty clash? What do you reckon? No? Okay, SPS MG9.
Flash Spawn Peak, though. And we have a mirror. Do we have mirror double shotgun? Surely.
Maybe we have Joe with the P10 Roni on a Rooney.
No, it's the Vector. That's a shame. P10 on a Rooney, I don't actually mind personally. Do have to say I am an avid DMR enjoyer myself, but if luck would have it, we may find a spawn peak here.
What is RP doing?
He's just they're just having fun, man.
He's living his best life. Yeah, of
Doing
course.
their own
Why am I not surprised? Straight to the master bedroom door. Has he got
door.
Surely he's got someone on his shoulder. Surely there's someone behind him.
I think so.
There's got to be, right? Surely there's someone there waiting for the shot. They got the pings. They know, yeah, there's someone else pinging. So they know, never mind. Crit J's in trouble. He's taken some big damage. The shield is taking an absolute punishing.
It has. And Crit J has also taken a considerable amount of punishment. Flores drone down on the door here. Hoven's just sitting in a corner. The best thing is you watch. He won't get droned either. They're not going to have a clue where he is. And someone's going to walk into him. I don't know who, but someone will. That Flores drone, I feel like, is also going to be an issue later on. You watch. But, Panda, right now, there's a lot of maybes. I think Firelord may also meet his demise here if he's not careful. Yeah, indeed he will. That's the clash as well. Is there a Valkyrie proning on the floor there? Hang on a minute. Oh, it wasn't a Valkyrie, sorry.
Valkyrie's banned, my guy.
Sorry. Yeah, it was someone. It's getting late.
Mental's in the bin. Mental is short just as much
Voices
as champions.
Well,
so is Solotic. It's
okay.
Yeah, okay. He did exactly what we thought he'd do. Oh my god. Crit J gets shotgunned.
Yeah, thanks guys. It's been a great map 4, but
the Hoven bait and switch play is what takes it. Of course, Joe out the door, out the window. Out the game's window to boot. Goes the distance, runs around the corner with the Roni, and finds the kill. Gaming Gladiators will take it, but unfortunately, there is someone who suffers more than anyone else. Champion now out of top 4, out of playoffs.
Yeah, look, unless they somehow win every game and GG lose every game from here on out, I don't think that we will see too much of Champion in the playoffs, Panda. Let me just double check that very, very quickly. The next few games that we have to see, GG versus Obsession, GG versus Astrape, and GG versus Direwolves. However, for Champion, they versus Fury, and they versus Elevate. So I don't rate the chances of Champion taking that back. Even if GG lose to Direwolves, I don't think that they're going to make top 4, unfortunately.
It is not going to be a top 4 run unassisted, I think, is the main thing here. If they do make it through, it is going to be with a bit of help from some of the teams in the competition. But yeah, I think the likelihood of a playoffs run here this late in the season for Champion is a bit of a stretch. But yeah, you look at it, the 3 charity rounds we see there from the Gaming Gladiators. I mean, even in spite of Gaming Gladiators potentially assisting in some of those rounds, Champion had some moments. I mean, you look at Crit J, he was hitting some sharp shots.
Crit J was on fire. I have to say, those are some of the crispiest spray transfers on Sledge I think I've seen in a hot minute. So, if anything, take that away, put it somewhere safe and treasure it forever. But Panda, it's the last time for the evening to get in on the giveaway before we all pass out and fall asleep. So
make sure you get on it. Call your shots in chat. I mean, Joe and Tolchi are already there spamming hashtag call your shots, trying to get a little bit of an extra prize after their victory, of course. So
really won the game, guys. Come on.
Yeah, look, Joe actually, last broadcast I was on with Cthulhu, he actually snatched it after they'd won their match too.
Oh
so
my days. This guy out here getting charity on charity.
You can never count the game and Gladiators out, even once the match is done.
They're always taking dubs.
Yeah, they're here for the victory and nothing short. Even Hoven's in chat. The whole team is here to just salt in the wound. Absolutely decimating the competition at every single step of the way. But yeah, make sure you get it in. We'll be running that in just a second. Rather exciting time though. We've got a couple of play days remaining in this Autumn Cup before we head to the playoffs. I mean, realistically, any of our Apex South teams could potentially walk away with a victory.
Yeah, it's honestly looking like we're going to have an Apex South top 4. I mean, surprise, surprise for everybody at home. But it is definitely shaping up to be that way. I mean, GG, Elevate, Fury, Direwolves are all pretty much the top contenders right now. Champion were really the only wild card in there. If I had to sort of say...
Wild card at Apex South.
Yeah, look, sorry, my bad. That's on me. But either or, it is looking like an Apex South top 4. If we're brutally honest.
I think that was the safe bet going into the competition. Regardless, I think most people would have backed the Apex South teams to be the ones pushing through to the playoffs. But I mean, you love seeing a story like the Champions where they've come through.
They were close.
They honestly they have been improving steadily. Crit J has been such a great addition to the roster. I think it's a case of time will be a huge boon to them. The longer they can stick together, the more experience they can get at this high level comp environment, the more likely we see them, being one of those big contenders in the future from the Apex South region. So, look, it's great. You love to see it. You love to see the step up. And honestly, it might even be a case of later on down the line when some of those tier 1 players do step away from competing, if they pick up a coach out of Apex South, that would be huge. But there you go. It looks like it's all but locked in. The Direwolves 4 points clear of Fury at the moment. And our Apex South teams are in the top 4. Champion, I mean, look, they've still got the possibility. If they have a big couple of weeks to close in game and Gladiators absolutely flop, there is a possibility that Champion take that last playoff spot.
Yeah, look, let me just say this to you, Panda. They have to beat Elevate and Fury. So, I don't know. It might happen. A cheeky tenner here or there might go a long way for them, but that's conversations that have to be had elsewhere. Look, either way, they've done well. Respect does have to go out to Champion. They have been improving day in, day out. I mean, it is every broadcaster doing something new and something different, and it is great to see. But GG are going to just squeak into 4th there by literally 3 points that they just gained from that game then. And as we talked about earlier, looking at the rest of their matchups, they've got 2 pretty breezy ones. And then they've got the 1 game against Direwolves. So other than that, I think that is our top 4 locked in for playoffs. Pretty much confirmed here right now. It is just an APAC South final.
Well, maybe Elevate drops the ball, but it will have to wait until next Friday to see whether or not we have another change-up. Match 1 on Friday, Astrape versus Direwolves. I think that will be them locking it in. They would have to lose to Astrape, and then the final match of the regular season for Fury to be able to take it away. But a shout out to our sponsors as well, Kingston Fury, for making all of this Pro Day. But Play Day, I believe this one's number 12, if I had to call it. 11, there we go. 12, that's the one. 12 next week. But I mean, it's been a rather interesting Play Day on the whole.
Yeah, I do have to say, Playday number 11 has definitely held some gems for us. GG just still having memes as usual, but Playday 12 is a spicy one. I mean, Direwolves Straight, Fury Variants, GG Obsession, and Champion vs. Elevate. Some big games again, so whoever does get to cast those, I'm somewhat envious, but still. Panda, we had fun on Playday number 11. I had fun yesterday on Playday number 10 as well. It's been a good weekend of Operations League.
Yeah, it's always a good bit of fun here in the Operations League. But for us here, we are done and dusted for the English broadcast. Make sure you're back October 21st for more Operations League Autumn Cup. We'll see you then.
To the come on, it's the first page, but I shift the road up just like an earthquake. Still follow my dreams, even in the worst way. Still doing my thing, no break in my birthday. Take a long way home, had to lean on myself. Let's try to swallow me whole. Jump so high, it's not about a cushion in the max, but all about power through the struggle and the test. 38 in my lung, I can even breathe. Praying to the sky, even almost getting sick. I am who I am, even talking from the street. If you want some beef, let will turn me to the beast. Before getting caught up, I need to get caught out. Stuck in the cage, trying to find my way to broke out. Got a whole lot of proof, now I just need a boat out. One day on my shelf, so my tickets will be sold out. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. Ready for the ride, ready for the fight. I said I move too quick, don't last, leave the highlight. No time, I got no time. Road to the hilltop, always so rocky, so tight. Gamble with my life, hard to being on my own. Trying to stay in line, so I leave it on my phone. You can find one of a kind person like me. Live it in a moment, had to set my mind free. Cause over fear, anytime's near. I'm to the tears, finally don't shed tears. Betting on me is the right risk, then no. Always putting down the rain before the rainbow. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over and this is my year.
Can't tell me nothing, don't know why. I'm around for the long ride. Look up, kiss the sky, waste no time. I'll be riding all my life.
Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over and this is my year.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. was hit hard. Here, Liv. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men. Say again, Grim. I'm going in. My turn. What's going on? What the? Impossible. Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server? QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?